criticized, and I think that's a defense mechanism to protect ourselves in this line of work, just as with officers, their line of work too. And so to see him have emotion after being in law enforcement for so long, that was very powerful.
Questioning just in general, what we have seen so far after lunch, is there anything that you believe the prosecution or the defense have missed involving questioning?
I still go back earlier with the pants, but so far for these afternoon witnesses, I don't think I've seen them really miss any points. I think Joe, with the expert witness, made his points with the laser, because that's all they really have there. There's not really much they're going to get out of that expert, and the state made their points. So far, I don't think they've missed anything. I am curious to see what Sean's take is on this last officer, these clips, because I do think these clips really help the state. So I'm curious to see what Sean does in his cross-examination to help the defense.
Another thing too is what we were going to mention is the process in which everybody runs or does not run out of the stores. I mean, we were having that conversation right before we went into recess, right?
Yeah, and so it shows to me, it looks like Cyrus does not run out of the store. He's questioned and he's visibly upset, and he mouths something as he goes out, and that's understandable, right? He was just falsely accused of taking something. We know looking, he didn't take anything, and so he does not run out of the store. It looks like to me that he did not start running until he saw he was being chased at that point. But we did see, the defense's whole argument in opening was that Rick Chow was chasing after his son. His son left the store. Where's his son going? So he chased after his son to see what was going on. That video kind of disproves that in the opening statement. It looked very clear to me that Rick and Andy left together, ran after him together because of an alleged water bottle. And so that's definitely not a good fact for the defense. I think the video definitely showed they collectively went at the same time.
Well, continuing coverage this morning where early voting continues for the June 9th primary, and the state's new election director, Conway Belagia, says building trust in the process is a top priority. He says his focus has been making sure the process runs very smoothly across the state. And again, we've been telling you guys this is, or it has been, a record-breaking voter turnout, and of course we'll continue to follow this story. Now he says the process, they want to make sure that it goes smoothly and everyone can have trust into the election process.
Whether it be under the old punch card system or the old Shooptronic system, or there needs to be trust in the system. And all of the systems that we've used and the one we're using right now statewide, they've been tested, they've been proven.
He adds the election machines are tested and sealed, and that seal can't be broken until primary day. And yesterday, South Carolina saw another record-breaking day of early voting. The State Election Commission says more than 29,000 ballots were cast yesterday statewide. That's a major jump from the third day of early voting during the 2024 primary, when just over 10,000 people voted. Richland County continues to lead the state in early voting turnout, and the last day for early voting is June 5th. Good morning, beautiful people. I'm Xavier Harris. Your time right now is 8:55, and we want to continue following this breaking news story on I-20 this morning, where there has been a car fire. Right now, we want to bring you a live look at it. You can see now that fire has been extinguished, and you can see the car is now on the back of a tow truck to get it out of the area, but the lanes, they are still blocked off. You can see two fire trucks still out on the road this morning, and there's only one lane. And this right here, this is a little bit further back. You can see that is a significant slowdown this morning. So if you are traveling in that area on I-20 East at mile marker 78 coming to Columbia, you definitely want to prepare for that. Now, we do want to show you some video that our anchor Christy Calcagno recorded this morning. You can see where this car was completely engulfed in flames, and at one moment you can see almost like a very, very small explosion on that car. You can see the black smoke. And it can be seen from miles away. I've seen on social media a lot of people saying that they saw a thick cloud of black smoke in that area of I-20. So again, if you are traveling in that area, please proceed with caution, because there is a slowdown out there this morning on I-26 East at mile marker 78. Again, this is coming into Columbia. So if you're having to get up and go to work this morning, try and take an alternate route as you do that this morning.
Well, changing things up, let's take a look at your forecast and how things are going here for us. I did mention earlier that there might be some chances that we see some showers in the area today, but it's mainly just the moisture in the air. Notice how it's really sporadic around here. We don't have a lot of clouds either. Today's going to be one of our driest days that we have at least for the next few days before we finally have a nice dry streak coming by the middle of next week. It's Saturday that we're keeping an eye on. Going into Saturday morning, you can see we do have rain that's going to be moving in, and we're going to be tracking that as we head through your weekend. Otherwise, 7-day forecast is looking good. 70s on Sunday, then 80s for the rest of the week.
Well, trending this morning, generative AI company 11 Labs says they are looking to resurrect Stan Lee's voice and likeness 8 years after his death. The company says they've struck a deal with the beloved Marvel comic writers and editors. The company also says they're looking to continue adding alive and deceased celebrities and public figures to their AI roster for future use, which already includes Matthew McConaughey, Michael Caine, and David Hasselhoff. Y'all ain't get these folks permission. I don't care what type of estate or fortune or family. These people, before they passed away, did not give permission to use their likeness and image. So no, we can't do this.
And I feel like knowing him and the way that he was, you know, he wouldn't approve.
Wouldn't approve of that. Yeah, so like you can do that for the current artist. Like, hey, when you die, can we, you know, keep your legacy going? But
so if you die,
no, not if. When you die, can we use your likeness and image? No. So yeah, you got to get these people permission. You can't just do it because let's just say any public figure whose likeness and image is owned by a company, and you go on to glory, and they continue to use your likeness and image, and maybe you didn't approve of that.
Yeah.
How would you feel?
I don't want my face and my voice to be anywhere but on my face. In my voice. I don't want it fake. It has to be real and original.
Has to be real and original.
And if I'm gone, I'm gone.
Absolutely. Miss me and just think about me. All right. Well, thank y'all so much for tuning in. Y'all have a fantastic Friday.
Weekend.
cell phone must be turned off unless authorized by this board. All right, stay ready.
Yes, ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Defense is ready, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Mr. Toll, bring this
Actually,
to-
Your Honor.
Okay, hold on.
You want to discuss what we're going to take it in and going out? Because y'all haven't left it on the record yet, so.
Oh, right. Yeah, we still need, yes, I'm sorry. Too casual. We still need to rest, so you want to do that?
That's why I said, are they going to rest on the record and send them back out and then do that?
I guess that's what we'll have to do. I mean, I think you need to rest in front of the jury.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll explain it to you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. You understand what I'm saying? Thank you.
Jury is present, John.
Thank you, Mr. Toll.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
So we are ready to proceed. Mr. Scott, or Ms. Lister?
Please, the court trial. The state rests.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all the evidence that the state is going to present to you at this juncture. They certainly, in the event the defendant presents a case, which he is not required to, the state would have the opportunity to reply. So at this juncture, I have some legal matters I have to take up. So sorry to bring you in for a solid 45 seconds, but I have some things that I'm required to do at this juncture of the case. So I'm going to ask y'all to be patient with us. I don't anticipate that it'll take very long, and then we'll get moving after that. So again, please don't discuss the case. We had to do this. This is a formality that has to be done in your presence and on the record. But we'll be right back with you as soon as we can. All right, legal matters. I assume we have some motions from the defense.
Okay, they're going to stay.
consider granting the direct acquittal. Our position is at this point, the state has merely raised a suspicion and speculation as to the guilt of Ms. Chow. They have failed to prove to the extent necessary that Ms. Chow acted with malice aforethought, which is the charge in the case. We believe we have set forth a strong defense of self-defense or defense of others. No belief that the state has overcome beyond a reasonable doubt our defense of others. And at this point, taking the light most favorable to the state, we ask the court to consider taking the case to the jury and granting the direct verdict.
Okay. Well, the state's position.
Taking the right most favorable to the state and considering the existence of evidence and not the weight of it, we presented evidence that Mr. Chow chased a 14-year-old 130 yards before shooting him back. Which clearly should malice and reckless disregard and extreme indifference to human life. So we ask you to deny the motion and let's take the jury. Furthermore, we have disproved on 4 self-defense in the development incurred at this point. We have disproved on all 4 already.
All right, anything else?
Just respond, of course, this is an unusual situation because the state has the burden in 2 respects with respect to murder. One is they have to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, which we believe they have failed to do in proving malice. Second of all, they have the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act in self-defense. Our position is that as far as the first element, without difficulty, Mr. Chow was not the individual. His son was the one that ran out the store. He went to protect the son. There was no any connection between him and whether or not there was something taken from the store, whether or not he was acting in a reasonable fashion. I think it would fail to show that he acted or he brought on difficulty. He was following his son to protect the son.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, I've been working on the charge. That I understand that the without fault applies to the defendant and the person he was defending.
Judge, he has to know, though, as far as whether or not, first of all, he's without fault. As often
It also applies to the person he defended. They have to be without fault with.
But he has to know that. He has to know that he would have to know that his son has some fault in the thing. When he goes out of the store, he's not thinking about the shoplifting part of it. He's thinking about where's his son going, what's going on with my son. I'm going to protect my son. I want to see what happens.
And I understand that his son is at fault. It's imputed to him as well.
We have to argue that, I guess, at the appropriate time when we're talking about charges, jury charges. But I understand what John's saying. And as far as whether or not he believed or there was imminent danger to his son, death, serious bodily harm, we think that's been established. Or, and it's a reasonable belief, and so I think that's been established. And at that point, when he was right there and the young man was pointing the gun at his son, there was no issue of retreat. There's no way he could retreat safely because his son was in danger at that point of being shot. And we were talking about a very serious weapon, semi-automatic pistol that was loaded, had a laser on it. So we think that the 4 elements of self-defense are made out, and the state has failed to overcome them beyond reasonable doubt. So it's kind of a unique situation because there's 2 issues really here about the malice and then you have self-defense.
All right, anything else to say?
No, there's been no testimony that he left solely to protect the son. The evidence has been shown that they ran in tandem together. They were clearly all 3 on the difficulty, screaming, yelling, chasing a 14-year-old boy. 130 yards away, there has been no testimony that he felt that he was in imminent fear of death or great bodily harm, nor did he testify any testimony whatsoever that he felt that way about the son in danger of death or great bodily harm. There's been no testimony whatsoever from anybody that there was
charging that, it's to be considered at the current stage. As far as the defense of others, again, I've been looking at this stuff last night and this morning. At least the law appears to be that the person being defended and the defendant were without fault in bringing in difficulty. Whether or not Mr. Chow himself was, I do find that Mr. Andy Chow was at least partially at fault for bringing on difficulties off the motion on the ground. What's next?
Judge, at this point, at some point you're going to have to have a colloquy with him as far as whether or not, so I think maybe this would be an appropriate time to have you colloquy with him, and he's prepared to respond.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you swear in Mr. Chow?
Yes, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall give this word to be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth and God? Thank you.
All right, y'all have a seat. It just takes a few minutes.
It's too hard for me to get up and
All right, Mr. Chow, this time I'm going to explain to you your Fifth Amendment rights. If you don't understand anything I say during our exchange, please let me know. If you want me to explain anything in more detail, please let me know. And when we reach the stage of trial where you may present your defense, you have the right to claim the protections of the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which states in part that no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. This means you cannot be required to testify in your case. You have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you testify. This is a personal right, and no one can force you to testify. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses. You may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in the case. In addition, if you have any convictions involving dishonesty or false statement or crimes punishable by imprisonment for more than 1 year in this court term, probative value of any evidence outweighs prejudicial effect to you, the solicitor will be able to introduce your record to the actual credibility. If you decide to testify, this decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made with the knowledge of the protection given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give back that you do not testify any consideration whatsoever, and there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you do not testify. It is entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorney, your family, your friends, anyone else, but the final decision is entirely up to you. You understand anything I was explaining to you? You have any questions about what they're going to do? And you have the opportunity to discuss with your lawyer whether or not you should testify.
We have some discussions, yes.
All right, do you want to talk with them anymore? And I'm not asking you to make a decision right now, and I'll certainly give you some more time. Just want you to be advised of your rights, and you certainly will talk with your lawyer and bring some more, and then we will address whether or not you can testify at the appropriate time.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. What's next?
That's all I have.
Anything else from the state?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Swirly, I'm assuming the state, the defense is going to present a case.
Yes, Your Honor, here we go. The defense just walked out the door.
All right.
Now,
We'll give them a minute.
okay, you might have another question. So, actually, both of my co-counsel to the way.
All right, Jackson. What's the first time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Colbert, will you bring in your
The defense calls Andy Chow to the stand.
Andy Chow.
How about you spell your last name?
CHOW.
Andy, how are you doing?
Okay.
I know you're a little nervous, because we're going to go over some rules, okay? First, you need to speak loudly and clearly enough. I know you're soft-spoken, but I need you to speak loudly and clearly enough so that young lady next to you can take down every word that's the court. You understand?
Yes, sir.
She cannot take down head nods and shakes and things of that nature, so make sure you speak yes, no, and so on. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
I don't anticipate it knowing your demeanor, but we cannot argue with one another. So you will give me a chance to ask my question. I will give you a chance to answer. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And if you do not understand the question that is being asked of you from anyone, you have the right to ask for it to be said again. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And then in your testimony, you cannot testify to what other people think or in their minds or anything of that nature. You can testify about your memory of what you know. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
You understand all those rules?
Yes, sir.
So understanding all of that, Andy, first we need to figure out who Andy Chow is. So Andy, tell me a little bit about yourself today. How old are you?
I am 23.
Where are you from?
Here in Columbia, South Carolina.
Born?
I was born in Greenville,
What year?
2002.
Who are your parents?
Alice and Rick Chow.
Okay, and Alice Chow, that young lady on the end right there with short hair, short black hair?
Yes, sir.
And who is Rick Chow? That young right there?
Yes, sir.
What is his real name? Like, you keep saying Rick. I don't think Rick's his real name, is it?
It is Chike Chow.
CK?
Chike Chow.
You have any brothers or sisters?
I have an older brother,
What's his name?
Kenneth Chow.
Where did you go to school?
I went to Hammond.
Hammond.
Hammond School.
Okay, Hammond School. I don't know what it's called. It's here in Columbia?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from Hammond?
2021.
Playing sports or doing anything in Hammond?
I was a swimmer.
Swimmer? What did you swim? What was your event?
I was a breaststroker and a freestyler.
Were you any good?
I was okay.
You won the state championship.
Yes, sir.
So you were pretty good swimmer in high school.
Yes.
Did you go to college?
I went to the University of South Carolina.
And when did you graduate from USC?
2025.
And degree? What do you have a degree in, or what did you graduate with?
Computer Information Systems.
And your love of computers, who did you get that from?
My dad.
Your dad he was a professor, right, of computers?
Yes.
What do you do now? Do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm at Blue Cross Blue Shield.
How long have you been in there?
3 days.
Okay, so you just started working. And Andy, from your demeanor, this is how you are. You're very just kind of quiet guy.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I want to make sure that we, understand all the questions we're asking. I know you're quiet, but I need you to speak loud enough. So I want you to speak loud enough so this person at the back of the jury panel can hear everything you're saying. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? And Andy, tell me about your parents in the business. Did they own a business?
Yes, sir.
What business did they own?
A gas station.
Do you know where it was located?
7441 Park Lane.
What type of, just a convenience store? Was it just gas? Did it have other stuff? What did the store have?
It was gas station and convenience store.
And what about you? Did you work there?
I came in on the weekends and during school breaks.
And you worked for your family?
Yes, sir.
Did you get paid?
No.
We'll discuss that later. You did not get paid working for your family, it sounds like. We'll talk to Alex and Rick about that at a later point in time. Now I want to take you to a more serious event. I want to talk about what we're here for. Okay?
Yes,
You remember the date? You remember what happened?
Yes, sir.
So I'm not going to interrupt you. I want you to tell the jury what happened that day. From your point of view, you can tell them what happened.
Okay. So I watched a young man come in to the store, and I was stocking things onto the shelf, and so I went to the register, and I hear my mom ask him to leave his backpack at the front of the store, and so he does, and he starts to go around the store, and then I see he goes to the water cooler, and that's when I think he pockets a water. And so he comes to the front, starts coming to the front, and I ask him if there's anything in his pocket, and he says no. My mom, she also asks him, and then I see he turns to both of us, and he tries to show there's nothing in his pocket, but he keeps his hands in the pocket and still like trying to hide something. And so after that, he turns around, he grabs his backpack and walks out the door. And while he's going out the door, and both hands are out of the pocket now, I see something heavy just droop down in his hoodie pocket. And so that's when I come around the counter and I call out to him, hey, and he doesn't turn around, he just keeps going. And so I walk to the door, I walk out the door, and I see he turns the corner of the store. And so I walk over to the corner, and then I hear my dad come up behind me, and he calls out hey to him, and he turns around and immediately turns back around and starts to sprint away. And that's when I start to run. And before he leaves the parking lot, I see he throws something out to the right. And so I slow down. I slow down for like a second, and I glance back, and I don't see what he threw. I only see trash and litter. So I immediately turn back around and continue following him. And so I see he crosses the street, and I go to cross the street, and then I see he trips and falls flat on the grass. And so I was running full speed, so I ended up catching up to him. And when I catch up to him, I see something is in his hand. I'm not sure what it is yet. But as he starts to get up, I see that it's a gun, and he points it at me. So I immediately put my hands up. I start to back away from him quickly, and then I yell, "He has a gun!" And then I turn to my dad, who was coming up behind us, and I yell at him again, he has a gun. And I'm still backing up, and I watch my dad, and I watch him yell, drop it, and then he yells no, and then pulls his gun and fires one shot. And so after the shot, I turn and I look at him, and I see he takes 1 or 2 steps, drops his gun in front of him, and then ducks to the ground and stays on the ground. And so I start to go to him slowly, and I see my dad coming on my left side. And when we get to him, my dad, he picks up young man's gun, and he tosses it to the side, further away. And then I checked to see if he got hit by the shot, because I thought my dad actually missed. And so I check it, and I see there's a bullet hole in the hoodie. And then I pull up his hoodie, and I see there's a wound in the back right, on his back right side of his back. And then my dad immediately grabs his hoodie and applies pressure to the wound, and starts to call the police. And then I look back down at him, and he's unresponsive. So we flip him over onto his back, and my dad immediately starts chest compressions, and he yells to me to call 911. And so I start to dial 911, and I see 3 women coming down from the parking lot, and I continue to talk to 911, and I see one of the ladies, she's hurrying over, she's taking her hoodie off, and she says she's an EMT, and she says she's going to tie a tourniquet, and she comes over and takes over CPR. And so I see my dad and her working together, and then I continue talking to 911, and then I start to hear the sirens coming closer, and I go out to check, to watch to see if the first responders come to us or return to the parking lot of the gas station. And they end up turning into the gas station, so I go and run to the parking lot. I point all the first responders to the scene, and after most of them made it there, I make my way back to the scene, and I wait to talk to the police.
Did you talk to the police?
Yes.
So did you tell them what you just told us, Jerry?
Yes.
I want to go backwards through the story and talk about it a little bit and get some details, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
It has been suggested that you didn't tell anyone you saw a gun pointed at your father, or pointed at you, I'm sorry, not your father, a gun pointed at you. Did you tell anyone on scene that a gun was pointed at you?
I did not say the exact words it was pointed at me.
What did you say?
I said that he had pulled a gun on me.
And you called 911?
Yes.
Talk to officers?
Yes, sir.
After the young man was shot, did you and your father have time to huddle up, sit down, and talk about anything that happened?
No, sir.
You called, and who told you to call 911?
My dad.
Immediately.
Yes, sir.
And then the 911 call, that was the first time you had mentioned about the gun, is that what you remember?
Yes, sir.
You know, this one time I'd like to play Mr. Chow's 911 tape to rebut the claim of application. And you'll be able to listen to the 911 call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'll be able to recognize your voice on the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
And you don't think the 911 call has been altered or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
At this point in time, we would enter Mr. Child's 911 call and Child's 911 call, and I think this would be the next of the 3, 2.
Yes. The objection as to.
Can we play the 911 call, please? You can just call and ask the pause.
May 28, 2023, 20:06 and 25 seconds. Now on, rolling. Now on. Look. Here. Yes, I can hear you.
My name was
And that person's voice, is that your voice on the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
And this is the call you were just testifying about?
Yes, sir.
Can you let it play?
Okay, what you heard? You heard gunfire? How many shots did you hear? What did you want?
There's a voice in the background yelling, call 911. Whose voice is that you hear?
This is my dad's.
Okay, who was shot? Talk to me, hello? Sir, who was shot? Are you the person? Okay, are you with you?
He had a weapon.
Okay, the person here, who was shot?
My dad.
Your dad shot him?
Did I hear that correctly, that you said he had a weapon, my dad shot him?
Yes, sir.
And that's you to the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We need an ambulance there.
are you at the gas station?
Yes, ma'am. Really, like, a couple, like, feet away.
Okay, don't hang up with whatever you do, don't hang up with me, okay?
And you're still on the phone with 911 at this time?
Yes, sir.
And there's other conversations, other people calling 911, and your father saying call 911. All of this is happening, but you're still on the phone.
Yes, sir.
And this is not giving you an opportunity to talk to your father. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you said your dad shot him? What's your name?
Andy Chow.
Okay, pause, please. And this is, you're still on the phone with 911. You have not hung up the phone.
Yes, sir.
And no one is telling you what to say?
No, sir.
Not during this time. No one is telling you what to say or what to do or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Someone doing CPR?
Yes, ma'am. She's
Where's the person that had the gun? Where's your father?
What did you just say to the 911 operator?
That my dad was trying to help.
And this is while you're on the phone with 911 while everything is happening.
Yes, sir.
No one had told you what to say.
No, sir.
Why did your father shoot him?
Okay, that is the 911 operator asking you a very direct question. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And you're still watching everything that's happening.
Yes, sir.
Play, please.
So he was leaving and feeling something. I think, I'm not sure because we're over here. But and then we were chasing him.
Your father works at the gas station?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he pulled out a gun, so that's when my dad pulled his.
Okay, pause. What did you say right there?
So I say that he had pulled a pistol on us, and then I say he pulled a gun on us, and that's when my dad pulled his.
Okay, so you say two different statements is going over there. You say he pulled a pistol on us, and he pulled a gun on us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Continue, please.
You said your name Anthony?
Yes, ma'am. Andy Chow. A-N-D-Y.
Okay, help is on the west part.
All right.
Is it, are they still on CPR?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can disconnect, okay?
All right. Thank you.
So what we just heard was you calling 911.
Yes, sir.
And again, who did you say told you to call 911?
My dad.
And it was immediately afterwards?
Yes, sir.
And we heard your dad on the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
After you got off the 911 call, what happened next?
I can't remember if I was already at the parking lot, but I made it to the parking lot. I point the first responders down, and then I made my way back to the scene, and I wait there till the police talk to me.
It wasn't that long after the 911 call, or was it? Or do you remember?
I don't remember.
During that time while you were waiting for law enforcement, did you and your father have time to talk, plan a story, or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
And then an officer talked to you. You remember the first officer who talked to you?
Yes.
Do you remember his name by any chance?
Officer English?
Officer English, you think that was the first one who talked to you?
Yes, sir.
And at this point in time, did you ask for a lawyer?
No, sir.
Did you say, I don't want to talk?
No, sir.
Did you say, get away from me? Anything like that?
No, sir.
But you had a full conversation with him when he asked you what happened?
Yes, sir.
An objection would be just foundation authentication. I think he can ask without statements in it, but I don't believe he can introduce the alternate findings for this particular witness.
To suggest a claim of fabrication, Your Honor, one, and this officer's
Which body cam was it again?
This would be English's body cam, which is Andy's statement.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Sorry,
Yeah, it's English's body cam of his statement.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, yes, sir. And so you were familiar with having a conversation with English on scene?
Yes, sir.
You had a conversation with him without a lawyer or anybody else present?
Yes, sir.
You know, at this point in time, I'm not sure, I will offer this as defense 5, 6, 3, defense 3. This has already been looked at, but this is the unmuted copy of what Mr. Chow would have said that day. Does that make sense? The state has already offered a muted copy because under the rules of what they were required, now we're just offering the unmuted.
Okay. It'd be admitted as states 3 without.
Defense three.
Sorry, defense 3 without objection.
Sorry. Can we go ahead and play that? All right. Okay, pause, please. Who is that in the video?
That is me.
Okay, and this is the conversation you were talking about that you were having with the officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we go ahead and play that, please?
So I was at the register and we were watching him because I think my mom said he like.
Yeah, pause, please. One moment.
I caught up to him there. Right. I mean, and he kept going. He tripped there. That's when I caught up to him again. And then we were about like those like 2 pipes. Yeah. And I'm like right on top of him. And I saw he pulled out a gun. Where was that weapon at now? It was right there. Next to that second tree. Where the other 2 people are. Okay, where's your dad's weapon? It might be on him right now. Okay.
So you're telling the officer what happened at this point in time?
Yes, sir.
And you had mentioned pulling out a firearm right then and there.
Yes, sir.
And you did the little finger gesture.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you continue telling this officer what had happened on that scene?
He walked away from me.
And he walked away as you were telling him what happened.
Yes, sir.
And then you ended up talking to another officer.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to tell that other officer fully what happened? Or more?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell this officer to walk away, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't tell him to go away?
No, sir.
Did he ask you any details about your statement whatsoever?
No, sir.
And there's one line in there where you say, I'm on top of him. Did he say, what did that mean?
No, sir.
What did that mean when you say, I'm on top of him? Did you actually physically get on top of this young man?
No, sir.
So what did that mean when you say that?
I was about arm's length. I was close enough to be able to touch him, but I did not touch him at all.
And then you give, and I see you talk with your hands.
Yes, sir.
Did you have another conversation with Officer Carter as he got on scene? Or another officer, you may not
Yes,
know his name.
another officer, yes, sir.
And tell me what you told him.
I told him we thought he stole something. Or I thought he stole something, and so I chased him and followed him down to where the scene was, and I said he pulled a gun out, and I gestured to the side, pointing to the side with the gun, and then I say I backed up with my hands up, and then I see my dad yell, or I say that he has a gun, and I see my dad yell no, or drop the gun, drop it, no, and then he pulls it and fires.
Now you told us all this to Officer Carter.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you did some hand gestures. So one was the first hand gesture you did when you talked to Officer Carter?
I said he had pulled a gun out, and I gestured to the side, pointing it.
And so you did the gestures and he's pointing it at you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then what'd you do next?
And then I put my hands up, and I said I'm backing up.
Okay, and you did this on the video?
Yes, sir.
And that's the video right next to when this whole thing happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nobody was telling you what to say?
No, sir.
What to do?
No, sir.
No lawyer?
No, sir.
No conversation with your
Your
father?
Honor,
No, sir.
this is his witness, so he's been leading. I've been trying to not object too much, but there need to be direct questions. Overruled.
Just go on, I mean,
And then I gesture. That's when my dad shot him. After that,
Andy, how did you feel when there was a gun pointed at you?
like terrified.
What did you think was going to happen?
I thought he was going to shoot me.
Who?
Young man.
Did you think you were going to die?
Yes.
Why?
Because I saw the barrel just pointed straight at me.
And you actually described the barrel, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
How did you describe the barrel of the weapon that was pointed at you on that day?
I said it was a silver barrel, and the rest of it was black.
Showing you what's been marked. Well, before you described the firearm, had you seen it again since it was pointed directly at you?
No, sir.
Had anyone showed it to you on scene?
No, sir.
Did you go up and look at it and examine it?
No, sir.
And your description was what was the barrel?
A silver barrel.
A silver barrel.
Yes, sir.
You ever had a gun pointed at you before?
No, sir.
Now, at this point in time, we offer Detectives Carter body-worn camera into evidence. If the state wants us to wait for Detective Carter, we would do it as identification only at this point in time, but we offer this to support claim of recent fabrication.
At this point, just identification. We don't have any objection to him. He's already, I guess, cited what he believes he said in the video.
All right, I'll allow you to have it marked for identification.
And I know I cannot publish at this point in time until Officer Carter testifies.
Your Honor,
You have no-
been authenticated.
Right.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what he said. Y'all are agreeing, actually.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard published. I'm sorry.
No. I said I will not until Officer Carter comes, just so we have that for the sorry. Andy, you are and we've been talking about this, and we've watched your demeanor on the video, the 911. Pretty calm guy.
Yes, sir.
How were you yelling, "He's got a gun"? Or were you just saying it like you talk right now, "He's got a gun"?
No, sir.
How were you saying it?
I was yelling it.
Yell it. How were you yelling it?
He's got a gun. He's got a gun.
When you said it, were you scared?
Yes.
And who was around you when you were saying it?
My dad.
This guy, Mr. Chow,
Yes, sir.
your father. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And he knows you.
Yes, sir.
I would assume your whole life.
Yes, sir.
What do you believe would have happened had Mr. Chow not shot that gun that day?
I would have died.
Did you actually see the barrel pointed at you?
Yes, sir.
And I want to go back and talk about the things that have happened in the store, because there's been a lot of comments on things that happened in the store that day, Andy. And the first question is going to be asked, you chased this kid out of the store, and you accused him of shoplifting, right? I mean, you accused him of shoplifting.
I did.
You didn't find any water.
I did not find it.
Why in the world did you think he shoplifted anything?
Because of what happened in the store.
But tell the jury again, because I mean, that's the whole question. Why did you think he had done something wrong?
So I see he's at the water cooler, and I believe he pocketed something. He had his back to me, so I couldn't see. And so when he was walking to the front, and I asked him if he had anything in his pocket, he kept his hands in his pocket, and I saw his fingers kind of pushing against the hoodie pocket to try to hide what was in there. And then when he goes out the door with his hands not in the pocket, I see something heavy just way down. And so in my mind, I believed he had stolen something.
Showing you a screenshot that has been entered from one of the videos presented by the state of South Carolina. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at?
He is, he's doing something with the, he's either putting down the backpack or picking it up. I think he's putting it down.
Your Honor, but you do recognize it?
Yes, sir.
You recognize it from the day that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And it's substantially similar to the videos and security footage that you have seen?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we'll move this in as Defense Exhibit 4.
Any objection? No. All right, the photograph will be admitted as Exhibit 5.
While they're doing that, I'm going to show you a second screen clip from a video entered by the state of South Carolina and ask, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that a stream clip from the same video that we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
And is that a same image of the young man who was in the store that day?
Yes, sir.
And that is from a vantage point you would have seen and recognized?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we would offer the second picture that we just talked about as Defense Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
Yeah, it's just,
No objection. All right, to be admitted as Defense Exhibit 6 without objection.
all right, so the first one we're looking on the screen with, you had said that you had seen the young man in the back doing something with waters,
Yes, sir.
and then you saw something heavy in his pocket,
Yes, sir.
and you would assume that he still had water in his pockets, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now showing you, that's the same picture of the same young man. If we could zoom in on that front pouch. And this is from the vantage point where you were looking at.
Yes, sir.
And this is, tell me what you thought, what you were looking at here. What did you think you were looking at?
At this point, I didn't think much. I just saw he was putting down his backpack.
But you see something bulge in his front, correct?
Yes, sir.
Didn't know what it was.
No, sir.
Now, while he's in the store, are you telling your dad, hey, something's fishy up here, something's weird up here, anything like that?
No, sir.
Having any conversations with him?
No, sir.
Any discussions with him?
No, sir.
With anybody other than your mother?
I didn't say anything.
Anything at all?
No, sir.
So the decisions you were making that day, whose decisions were they?
Just mine.
And Andy, you realize, I mean, they're asking the question, You didn't have to go outside that store, did you?
I don't know. I didn't have to.
I mean, were you thinking about that at that point in time?
No, sir.
Were you trying to hurt this kid? Did you know him?
No, sir.
Were you chasing him to hurt him?
No, sir.
What in the world were you going to do if you actually caught up to him?
I didn't plan to catch up to him.
What do you mean you didn't plan to catch up with him? We've seen the videos. You're going out there. What do you mean you didn't plan to catch up with him? Did you have a plan?
I just wanted to see where he was going to tell the police later.
And there's been questions that this case is about 4 bottles of water. You've heard that.
Yes, sir.
When the gun was pulled on you, were you thinking about water?
No, sir.
Did you say, never mind, forget the water? At that point in time, did you say anything about water when this gun was pulled on you?
No, sir.
And you don't know this guy?
No, sir.
No problems with him?
No, sir.
Did you have a gun on you that day?
I did not.
Did you say anything to him before he got shot?
Not directly to him, no.
All you remember saying is, he's got a gun, he's got a gun.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to go to that part of your testimony where your hands are up.
Okay.
What were you saying when your hands were up?
He's got a gun.
At any point in time, was the gun dropped when your hands were up?
No, sir.
It stayed on you?
Yes, sir.
So if I'm you, I'm saying, he's got a gun, he's got a gun! It's still being pointed at you.
Yes, sir.
And who was the person you were yelling, he's got a gun, he's got a gun? Who are you yelling that to?
To my dad.
And as you were yelling that with your hands up and a gun pointed at you, at some point in time you had testified your dad said something also. What was it?
He said, drop it, and no.
Was it dropped or was it still pointing at you?
Still pointed at me.
The barrel?
Yes, sir.
And what were you looking at?
I was looking at my dad at that time.
Were you scared?
Yes, sir.
And again, what did you think was going to happen had your dad not fired?
I was gunshot.
And immediately after the shot, your dad told you to do what?
Call 911.
And immediately after calling 911, we hear your dad trying to perform life-saving measures on him.
Yes, sir.
And this is something you saw directly.
Yes, sir.
Beg the court's indulgence for one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Andy, thank you so much. I'd like you to answer any questions that the state of South Carolina has for you, okay?
Okay.
Examination.
Yes, sir. On line break or just keep on going? Yeah, one time.
You want to go ahead and take a break?
Brief, not comfort break.
Okay.
I understand.
All right, well, let's take, I think it won't be very long, but we'll take about a 15-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break, and again, please don't discuss the case. We'll be right back with you.
I'm drinking coffee. I'm drinking coffee the whole time.
All right, yeah, we'll be at least 15 minutes.
Well, welcome back, everybody, as we are continuing to follow now day 3 of the murder trial, the State versus Rick Chow. We have Lacey Thompson joining us right now, our legal analyst for the day. Now, we kind of started off, Lacey, I wanted to ask you, the first thing that happened, the jury sat down. Now, I believe Judge Heath Taylor said that this is formality. The jury has to sit down so the state can turn around and say that they rest. But then after that, they have to leave so they can talk again. That's all pretty normal, right?
Very normal.
Okay.
And the reason is, so the state has to rest in front of the jury. They have to see that they are done presenting the evidence, right? And there's no burden on the defense, so keep that in mind. What we saw here today was what we call a directed verdict motion. It's very standard, very routine, and that is in the judge's hands. So sometimes we have cases where I'm like, I don't think that the state can meet their elements. This is a situation where the judge may issue a directed verdict, and what that means is there's not enough evidence for a possible element. It could just be one, and the judge has to dismiss the case. So that's what we saw. It's very formal. A good example I can give is take domestic violence second degree, right? Domestic violence is to attempt to injure pretty much, I'll simplify, a spouse, somebody you share a kid in common with, right? If it's second degree, let's say our warrant says that this happened and it's second degree because they took their ability to call 911 by taking their phone. Let's say that's our case. Well, if the state then presents the victim on the stand and she goes, yeah, he punched me, and that's it. There's nothing else. There's no talk about the cell phone and taking the cell phone. Well, then at directed verdict, we would make a motion to dismiss the case because there's a key element. They have alleged in this warrant that they took a cell phone to prevent them from calling 911. Otherwise, it's domestic violence third degree. So then we would argue this element wasn't met. There's no testimony on this. So what we saw with the defense here is with this element of malice, of forethought, this deprived heart, essentially is what they say, reckless disregard of human life. So what we saw here is them arguing that that element wasn't met, that there was testimony of, Rick Chow giving CPR and trying to help him. And so what they're trying to argue is that the state didn't meet that element. And so therefore the judge should dismiss the case because that element wasn't met. And the judge's standard is not beyond a reasonable doubt. It is probable cause. It is in the light of in the favorable light of the state. Was there anything presented on it? And as you heard Judge Taylor say, you can infer malice with using a deadly weapon, and that's our case law. So he did deny that motion. But if you don't make that motion, if there's some kind of legal issue on appeal, if you don't make it, you lose your right to it on appeal. So you're going to see defense lawyers almost always make that directed verdict motion just to preserve it for appeal. So it's a formality. It's not them just trying to get the judge to toss the case, and it's hard to get a directed verdict, honestly.
Okay, but this is all standard procedure. Even I had a couple of questions saying, what was this? What was this reasoning? But again, as you mentioned there, pretty much standard the whole way through there. Now we got into the defense side, and that was when the first time we have saw Andy Chow walk into the courtroom and then, of course, take the stand. Our very own Kiki Gushu was in there. The first thing that he said, and even when Sean was just chatting him up, and he seemed very nervous. He seemed very nervous during all of this. During this testimony, let me get your thoughts.
You could tell he's very nervous, and I think Sean did a very good job of trying to, get him a little comfortable. And one thing we try to do when we get a witness on the stand is give some background information, because that's the easiest thing to talk about, right? Given where you come from, where you went to school, those simple, basic questions. And we ask those so the jury can get a feel for who this witness is, but also so they can kind of settle in and get some basic information out there that they're comfortable talking about, so that way they can relax a little bit before getting into the purpose of them being there. I think he's done okay so far. I think the facts are what they are at this point. I think the only thing we have questions of is what happened in the very end, and did he pull the gun on him, and those kinds of things. But I think his testimony matched what we saw in the video. They thought that he stole a bottle of water. That did initiate the chase out of the store, and it's not illegal to do that. So it's going to come down to the jury believing, okay, they do have that. They can chase him, but if that doesn't sit right with them, if they think that's reckless disregard of human life to chase someone with a water bottle, and then, even if he does pull out a gun, what does that mean for our jurors? And I think that's what it's going to come down to. But Andy's testimony, matches, I think, what we've seen so far with the evidence.
What we want to do right now is actually have you listen in on some of that testimony that we had just a couple of minutes ago. Take a listen.
So I watched young man come in to the store, and I was stocking things onto the shelf, and so I went to the register, and I hear my mom ask him to leave his backpack at the front of the store, and so he does, and he starts to go around the store, and then I see he goes to the water cooler, and that's when I think he pockets a water. And so he comes to the front, starts coming to the front, and I ask him if there's anything in his pocket, and he says no. My mom, she also asks him, and then I see he turns to both of us, and he tries to show there's nothing in his pocket, but he keeps his hands in the pocket and still trying to hide something. And so after that, he turns around, he grabs his backpack and walks out the door. And while he's going out the door, and both hands are out of the pocket now, I see something heavy just droop down in his hoodie pocket. And so that's when I come around the counter and I call out to him, hey, and he doesn't turn around, he just keeps going. And so I walk to the door, I walk out the door, and I see he turns the corner of the store. And so I walk over to the corner, and then I hear my dad come up behind me, and he calls out hey to him. and he turns around and immediately turns back around and starts to sprint away. And that's when I start to run. And before he leaves the parking lot, I see he throws something out to the right. And so I slow down. I slow down for like a second, and I glance back, and I don't see what he threw. I only see trash and litter. So I immediately turn back around and continue following him. And so I see he crosses the street, and I go to cross the street, and then I see he trips and falls flat on the grass. And so I was running full speed, so I end up catching up to him. And when I catch up to him, I see something is in his hand. I'm not sure what it is yet. But as he starts to get up, I see that it's a gun, and he points it at me. So I immediately put my hands up. I start to back away from him quickly, and then I yell, "He has a gun!" And then I turn to my dad, who's coming up behind us, and I yell at him again, "He has a gun!" And I'm still backing up, and I watch my dad, and I watch him yell, "Drop it, drop it," and he yells no, and then pulls his gun and fires one shot. And so after the shot, I turn and I look at him, and I see he takes 1 or 2 steps, drops his gun in front of him, and then ducks to the ground and stays on the ground. And so I start to go to him slowly, and I see my dad coming on my left side. And when we get to him, my dad, he picks up young man's gun, and he tosses it to the side, further away. And then I checked to see if he got hit by the shot, because I thought my dad actually missed. And so I check it, and I see there's a bullet hole in the hoodie. And then I pull up his hoodie, and I see there's a wound in the back right, on his back right side of his back. And then my dad immediately grabs his hoodie and applies pressure to the wound, and then starts to call the police. And then I look back down at him, and he's unresponsive. So we flip him over onto his back, and my dad immediately starts chest compressions, and he yells to me to call 911. And so I start to dial 911, and I see 3 women coming down from the parking lot, and I continue to talk to 911, and I see one of the ladies, she's hurrying over, she's taking her hoodie off, and she says she's a EMT, and she says she's going to tie a tourniquet, and she comes over and takes over CPR. And so I see my dad and her working together, and then I continue to talk to 911, and then I start to hear the sirens coming closer, and I go out to check, to watch to see if the first responders come to us or turn into the parking lot of the gas station. And they end up turning into the gas station. So I go and run to the parking lot. I point all the first responders to the scene. And after most of them made it there, I make my way back to the scene, and I wait to talk to the police.
Did you talk to the police?
Yes, sir.
And did you tell them what you just told this jury?
Yes, sir.
want to go backwards through your story and talk about a little bit and get some details, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
It has been suggested or that you didn't tell anyone you saw a gun pointed at your father, or pointed at you, I'm sorry, not your father, a gun pointed at you. Did you tell anyone on scene that a gun was pointed at you?
I did not say the exact words it was pointed at me.
What did you say?
I said that he had pulled a gun on me.
And you called 911,
Yes, sir.
talked to officers.
Yes, sir.
After the young man was shot, did you and your father have time to huddle up, sit down and talk about anything that happened?
No, sir.
You called, and who told you to call 911?
My dad.
So that's what we just heard, where from that testimony with Andy Chow. Lacey, I want to ask you, is that basically what Mr. Kent was trying to do, really illustrate those moments, and then how specifically he didn't have the opportunity to go and even go to his father at all, and he was always on 911? Is that kind of what the defense was trying to say and get from that?
They're trying to get into the defense of others, right? Because there's been no testimony. We've heard from witnesses, and they've said that there was no gun. So what they have for him, for Andy Chow, is to say there was a gun. That's the only witness that we have, I believe, other than the defendant, if he chooses to take the stand, to say that he did pull a gun. So this goes into their defense of self-defense, which is the defense of others, that Rick Chow was protecting his son, and that's what this came down to. Even if they shouldn't have chased him and it wasn't the right thing to do, he stumbled upon a situation where his son had a gun pointed at him, and he did as a father would do and protected his son. And so they just put him on the stand to show defense of others, to try to see if any jurors, feel that same way. If I stumbled upon my child and they've got a gun pointed at him, no matter what the situation is that murder? Is that murder? And so that's the only witness they have to show that, to testify that Cyrus was pointing a gun, other than the defendant, like I said. So it was to implement their defense of others, to see if any jurors will believe that defense, and that is not murder, meets the elements. It's not malice, essentially.
Is that something, when we before we get into Dale Scott, who's going to do the cross-examination, is the defense happy with what was said, so the jury was able to kind of hear that?
I think so. I think Andy Chow came across very credible. He's calm, kind of monotone, but I think he's just explaining what he believes to have happened. And we did hear on the 911 call where he said he had a gun. So at some point there is a gun. Whether it was pointed at Andy Chow or not is a credibility issue for the jury to figure out and see if they believe that part of his story. But I think overall he came across relatively credible with that information. I think some jurors are probably going to say, well, he's biased. He's trying to protect his dad in this situation. I'm curious to see how this matches Dr. Durso's testimony, though. We now know the projection of the bullet, where it went. I think she did a great job. The demonstration was really great. How does that match? How do we get that bullet angle in self-defense of others, even with Andy Chow? And I think the defense has to get there. We're not there yet. We have Andy testifying to the gun being pointed at him, that him being scared. And then, of course, they went into his dad giving CPR, call 911 right away, because, again, they're trying to say, if somebody had a depraved heart and this much disregard for human life, why would they do that?
Okay, so it looks like the judge just walked back in. We're going to go ahead and send it right on back over to that side.
Come on back up, Mr. Chapman. Cross-examination, Mr. Scott? We are. All right, Mr. Toby, please bring in the jury.
You as president, Your Honor.
Thanks, Mr. Gold. Mr. Scott. Mr. Chow, you were 23 years old, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in 2023, you were 20 years old, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the time, you were a student at USC, is that true?
Yes, sir.
And you had already graduated Hammond Academy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I ask any questions that you need me to repeat, I'm happy to do it.
Okay, yes,
You
sir.
had graduated Hammond at the time?
Yes, sir.
And that is a private school here in Columbia, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you swam on the swim team, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you get any college scholarships?
No, sir.
You were 5'11", 200 pounds at the time, correct?
Around that.
Yeah. Have you mentioned before under oath that at the time you were 5'11",
Yes, sir.
200 pounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much do you weigh now?
185.
Okay, so you were significantly bigger at the time?
Significant.
15 pounds bigger?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, you were working at your parents' Shell gas station at 7441 Park Lane Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they had owned that store about 10 to 12 years at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how long had you worked there?
Well, I came to help for, I guess, since we opened.
You were familiar with the store, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and had you become aware of the crime of shoplifting in your time working in the store and being around the store?
Yes, sir.
All right, what is shoplifting?
Someone stole something.
Okay, and did that happen more than once in the 10 to 12 years your parents had owned the store as of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay, had you developed a policy, or had your parents developed a policy in dealing with shoplifters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In 2023, you were studying computer information systems, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And your father was familiar with computers and computer technology as well, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
He had actually taught a small college as far as lessons in computers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true? Computers can do amazing things.
Yes, sir.
Okay? They can help with DNA extraction and going through millions of propositions, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They're able to synthesize surveillance systems and produce high quality videos, isn't that correct?
They can.
Okay. And you yourself and your parents at the Shell gas station at 7441 Park Lane Road had a very sophisticated surveillance system, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were able to identify shoplifters with that system, were you not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had a wall of shame above the cash register, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
What is the wall of shame?
There's pictures and descriptions of past shoplifters.
Okay. Can I have States 44, Stephanie? Do you recognize the wall of shame in States 44?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Andy, while she pulls it up, what is the purpose of the wall of shame?
To show who and what they stole.
Okay. What is the purpose of showing who and what stole, or who stole and what they stole?
To show other customers.
Okay. And to show law enforcement?
They can if they come in.
Okay. And if somebody steals and makes your wall of shame and they come back in, are you able to identify them?
Me, myself, or
Anyone. I mean, why would you have the wall of shame? Why would you have a picture of the shoplifter up? It's to identify them, right?
It can be.
So if you recognize somebody who's on the wall of shame and they come back in, what do you do?
What I would do would be.
What is the store policy at 7441 Park Lane Road, Shell gas station in 2023? What is the policy when somebody who's on the wall of shame comes back in the store?
I would ask him to leave.
Okay. Now, you see all the people on the wall of shame in 2023?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. How many of those people did you chase?
Did I chase?
Yeah.
None of them.
Okay. You don't remember chasing any of those people that stole?
I did not chase anyone.
Okay. I see a number of other pictures here of people. Do you see the lotto tickets right there? And I don't know, Stephanie, can you zoom in on this? What's that guy? What's he doing there, right there up under the monitor with the cash register?
Probably the same thing as the same as the other pictures.
Okay. Stephanie, can you zoom out, please? Scroll over to the, see the clock on the wall there? Zoom in up under that camera. You see that, Andy? What are these people?
It'd be the same thing
What's the same thing?
as the other pictures.
Okay. So you agree with me that you have a sophisticated surveillance system in there that is capable of generating high-quality pictures of people you suspect of committing a crime, correct? You want me to ask that again?
To me, it wouldn't be the highest. It wouldn't be high quality, but it's enough to see their face.
You don't consider these videos we've been watching high quality?
It can be higher,
Okay, well, maybe not movie quality,
but you can see their face. Yes.
Okay. And there's nothing to stop you guys from taking these pictures and sending them into law enforcement, correct? There's nothing to stop you from doing that, is there?
No, sir.
Okay. And you certainly know how to use 911, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've done it in the past, correct?
I have not.
I could have sworn when your lawyer was up here, you were talking about a 911 call. I could have sworn I heard your voice on a 911 call. Did I imagine that?
I thought you meant before that.
You've used 911 before.
Yes, sir.
And you use 911 to get law enforcement involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you use 911 when you see something illegal going on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you use 911 to get law enforcement who's paid to do their job to come help, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know how to use it.
Yes, sir.
How do you use 911?
You dial 911?
Very easy, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have a phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in 2023, you were working behind the cash register, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the cash register's raised up a little bit higher than the rest of the floor, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you got a pretty good view of the floor and the surrounding, correct?
Yes, sir.
Stage 68, please. Who is that fellow right there with the hat on backwards and the North Face pullover?
It's me,
Okay. And what are you looking at?
the young man.
Okay. I'm just looking to, you see right over there to your left, there's another picture of some other people on the, isn't that some more people right there that you got pictures of, right? I'm even looking right here, Andy, you see these people here, and what did they do? Or did they shoplift, or why would you have a picture of some people back here?
I'm not sure.
Okay, but you have pictures of customers behind the counter too?
We did.
Okay, and Andy, look right here, there's some more people right here that you got pictures of. Right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about this gadget right here, this tablet to your right, what is that?
It shows if a person who is in the system.
Tell me about a person in the system.
So they need to be entered into it.
Explain what you're talking about. Use your words.
Okay. So all I know is that their picture needs to be entered into it.
Whose picture?
Anyone. It can be.
If I just went and pumped gas there, you put my face in the system?
No, sir.
Well, whose face do you put in the system?
There are employees. My face is in there.
Who else?
There are shoplifters.
Okay. Tell me more about that. Tell me more about the shoplifters that you enter into your system and then you have access to them from that tablet. Tell me how that works.
So if they are in the system, they come into the store.
Right.
Then they will pop up on that tablet.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have facial recognition technology at 7441 Parkland Road, the Shell station your family is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is rather sophisticated equipment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So any of these people who've shoplifted in the past, committed the crime of shoplifting, if you review your camera, go back and you realize the Snicker bar's gone because it's missing from inventory, right? You can go back and review the camera and you can say, aha, this person stole the Snickers, right?
You could, yes, sir.
You could do that. How many different camera angles you got in that store? Do you even know?
I wouldn't know.
I mean, you would agree with me, it's a lot.
There are, yes, sir.
Over 20, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can get multiple different angles of the person's face, correct?
Yes, sir.
Most likely you can see what kind of shoes they're wearing.
Yes, sir.
You could probably identify what kind of shorts or pants or dress they had on, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could identify the top they had on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you can even zoom in to like look at different graphics on the shirt or whatever they have, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could look for different identifying characteristics of the clothing they're wearing.
Yes, sir.
You could zoom in on their face, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you could put it into facial recognition technology, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then if they ever came back in, you would get an alert, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You could do all these things with the technology they had at 7441 Parkland Road, could you not?
You could.
Okay. Now, you have been trained, you have gone to school and been trained, and your father has, to identify shoplifters, have you not?
Trained to identify
Yeah.
them? I was not trained.
You weren't?
No, sir.
But you know how to identify one, correct?
If they're acting weird to me, that is.
What is acting weird to you?
If they keep looking up at me,
Okay.
they keep walking around the store, wandering around, and if they keep, checking the pocket or something. All of those combined.
I'm even thinking about times I've gone into a store and left my wallet in the car, walk around for a minute, and then I walk out. Would you put me in your database if I did that?
I would not.
Would you consider me weird?
No, sir.
What if I have my hands in my pockets, I'm dressed like I am now, and I walked around and looked around and I couldn't find what I was looking for, so then I just walked out. Would you tell me to empty my pockets?
No, sir.
Why?
You didn't touch anything.
Okay, but I had my hands in my pockets. I'm looking up at you, I'm looking down. Let's say I did. Let's say I took some waters out and I put them back. Would you chase me?
It would depend if I could see what you were doing. If I couldn't see, then I wouldn't know what you were doing.
You could see what Cyrus was doing, could you not?
Not completely, no, sir.
So you weren't sure? You weren't sure?
I believed he had pocketed something.
I'm sorry. You believed he had?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why did you believe that?
Because of the things that happened in the store.
Okay. So he had his hands in his pockets.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Testified you watched him when he walked in.
I saw him walk in.
Yeah. So he put his backpack down.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And then the defense offered defense 6, and you said, yeah, that's how he looked when he came in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If he had a bulge in his pocket when he came in, why wouldn't he have a bulge in his pocket when he left? This is your exhibit.
Well, I was mainly just seeing him put the backpack on the.
Under direct, you told the lawyer that this is how he looked, and this is what you saw when he came in the store.
Yes,
He clearly has a bulge in his pocket when he comes in the store. Why wouldn't he have a bulge in his pocket when he left the store?
I was not focused on the bulge when he came in.
You just testified that this is what he looked like and this is what his pocket looked like when he came in.
Looking at the picture, yes, sir.
You identified this as being him, how he looked when he came in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I ask you again, if he had a bulge in his pocket when he came in, why would you harass him and say he's got a bulge in his pocket when he left? You see what I'm saying?
I did not notice the bulge when he came in that day.
Okay. And then you talked about, yeah, this is the bulge I saw that he had in his pocket. This is your exhibit that you just introduced through the lawyer. This is
In the
defense
picture, I
number
see
five.
in the picture, I see the bulge.
Okay. You
Yes,
see
sir.
any water bottles in his pocket?
I cannot see in the pocket. No, sir.
Well, why, you identified something black and a bulge in his pocket. See that?
I did.
The reason this is an evidence is because you identified it through your lawyer.
Okay.
You don't recognize this from 10 minutes ago.
I mean, I see like the shadow of the pocket. Yes, sir.
Do you see a water bottle in his pocket?
I cannot see into his pocket.
What do you see in his pocket?
I
All right.
sorry.
Can we? I guess we don't. There's clearly something black in his pocket in the picture, states number 5. I'm gonna just point it to you. Do you not see something black in his pocket?
To me, I just thought that was just the shadow of the pocket.
Does it look like a water bottle to you?
It does not.
Okay. All right, with all the surveillance systems they had at 7441 Parkland Road, and with all the technology and the facial recognition, okay? Couldn't we have hung this 14-year-old boy's picture up on the wall of shame? Couldn't we have done that?
We could have put his picture.
Yeah, on the wall of shame with all those other people, right? Couldn't we have done that?
You could have.
What would have stopped you from doing it?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Is there anything that would have stopped us from going back and printing all these pictures up of the boy with the white Air Force Ones, the black Nike joggers, the red Child's Play hoodie? He never covered his face, did he?
He did not.
He never put the hoodie on, did he?
He did not.
We've got hundreds of still shots we could have provided law enforcement, could we not?
Could you? You could.
You could. Is there anything that stopped you guys from doing that?
No, sir.
Okay. And how long does it take to call 911? How many seconds does it take, you think, for you to hit 3 buttons on your cell phone?
A second.
1 second?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that stopped you on that day from using 1 second of your time to dial 911?
Nothing stopped me.
No. And you know how to use 911 because you've used it before, correct?
Yes, sir.
You used it on that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing stopped you from using it.
No, sir.
And you certainly have a cell phone that's capable of connecting with 911, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But we didn't do any of that on this particular day, did we?
Not until after.
Yeah, it's a little late after though, right? Andy, think about it. I'm asking you. Could we not, if we suspect this 14-year-old, how many waters did you think he took?
I'm not sure.
How many did you think he took?
Maybe just one.
One. How much in the year 2023 does a bottle of water cost at 7441 Parkland Road in Richland County at the Shell gas station operated by the Chow family? How much does one bottle of water cost?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember how much they cost? You
No.
worked the cash register, right?
I did.
Okay, 98 cents sound about right?
Yes,
Let's
sir.
just round it up to $1. $1
sir.
sound right?
Yes, sir.
think you took $1 worth of merchandise from your store?
I did think that, yes, sir.
And you were certain of it?
I believed he had taken it, yes, sir.
You strongly believed enough where you left your counter, you left the cash register and ran after it, correct?
Yes, sir.
You yelled at him. You're soft-spoken today, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't soft-spoken on that particular day, were you?
Well, I just called out to him.
Okay. You used your voice, right? You
Yes,
weren't-
sir.
would- It's not difficult to hear your voice in those videos, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. And your dad, he ran with you, correct?
He was behind me.
He ran with you, correct?
I didn't know what he was doing behind me.
He ran with you, correct?
You know, I asked and answered.
He ran with you, correct?
Watching the video, I saw him running behind me. Yes,
He
sir.
ran with you, correct?
You ran, you know, asked and answered. This is he doesn't like the answer.
How
This
did
is
you
fourth
stop
time.
him? Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
He ran with you, correct?
Yes, sir. Watching the video, I saw him running behind me.
Okay. And you taught to obey your father, correct?
Yes, sir.
You understand my question?
As in just like,
Were you taught to obey your father?
yes, sir.
You were not taught to disobey your father, were you?
No, sir.
Okay. So when he yelled to you, Andy, stop! Do not do this. You listened to him, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
So when he yelled that day, you stopped, didn't you?
When?
May 28, 2023. That's what we're talking about here today.
Yes,
You
sir.
remember May 28th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
You remember when y'all ran out the door after that 14-year-old boy?
I walked out the door.
Okay, we'll watch a video here in a second.
Okay.
But you remember when you exited the store with your father after the 14-year-old boy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you remember right then when your dad said, stop, stop, Andy, let's stop right here. You remember when he said that?
No, sir.
Because he didn't, right?
He did not.
He didn't say that.
No, sir.
And if he had, you would have obeyed him because you obey your father, right?
I would have stopped.
But you guys continued running along up Spring Street, correct?
Well, so I saw him.
Wait. Okay, but if you need to explain the question, I'm just asking you continue to run up Spring Street towards.
After he started running, yes, I ran after.
When did he start running?
So I had gone to the corner of the store, and I hear my dad come up behind me and call out, "Hey!"
Right.
And then I see him, the young man. He turned, and then turned back around immediately and started sprinting down.
Okay.
And so that's when I started to run.
Okay, so that was after y'all went around the corner. Let's see.
I kind of slowed down at the corner. Just
Let's see. Stephanie, can I have state 16, the clip 16 and state number 4? Yeah, play, please. This is the young man that you were talking about, correct? The red shirt?
yes, sir.
Okay. That's you watching him, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's your father already making his way towards the front door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your mother left too, correct?
In the video, yes, sir.
Okay. Who's manning the cash register right there?
No one.
All right. Who's this gentleman?
Customer.
Okay. Is it common for the whole Chow family to leave the gas station with customers inside the store?
Well, I wasn't completely sure what my parents were doing, but I exited the store.
Everyone left over $1 of water, correct?
I left because I thought you stole something.
Okay. And your dad, as you saw, was right on your heels, right? Rewind it.
In the
please.
video, you mean?
Is your monitor working right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, press play, Stephanie. Okay. You guys are right together, are you not?
Yes, sir. I see
sorry?
that. I see that, yes, sir.
Yes, is that yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Stephanie, can I have clip 20 from slide 4? And tell me, before we watch this, tell me what you said you just walked out of the gas station? Is that what you said earlier?
Yes, sir. I walked out.
You just walked
And
out?
then I walked to the corner.
All right. How would you describe what Cyrus Carmack-Belton did when he walked out? Was he walking or was he running when he left the gas station?
Out the door.
Yeah.
He was walking.
Rather
also.
casually, was he not?
You could say that.
Okay, was he looking over his shoulder or anything like that, or
No, sir.
he just kind of casually left the store?
Yes, sir.
And you two just bust out after him, correct?
I was just walking out the.
You were walking out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, press play, Stephanie, please. That's walking to you?
Yes, sir.
That's walking?
For me, yes, sir.
You typically walk that fast? Okay, so when you get off the stand, you're gonna walk that fast to your seat?
Depends on what I was doing.
Okay, what were you doing there?
I guess it would be a brisker walk, but I wasn't running out the store.
When did you start running?
After he ran.
Why? Is there anything wrong with him running?
Well, I ran because I thought he had stolen something, and I wanted to see where he was going.
Okay. How far were you gonna chase him, do you think?
I'm not sure. Just going to see where he was going.
A mile? What if he had run a mile? Would you have kept chasing him with your dad?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I was doing.
You don't know at what point you stopped chasing a 14-year-old?
I don't know when I would stop.
Let me see clip 21, stage 4, please. You remember when his shoe fell off as he was running? Remember that?
I did not see that.
Okay, you didn't see him running with one sock and one shoe?
No, sir. I did not notice that.
Is that what you were describing, how he was walking around the corner and then y'all start yelling at him and briskly walking towards him and then he takes off running?
I just hear my dad call out "Hey" to him.
That's what made him start running, when y'all were back behind, briskly walking towards him? That's what made him start running?
I kind of just slowed down to a stop at the corner. I wasn't walking at him.
You slowed down to, okay, let me go back. Let's watch it again because I didn't see that. Go to clip 20 of stage 4 and let's watch Andy stop as he goes to the corner. All right, when did you stop right there? I didn't see it. I missed it.
I slowed down at the
Okay.
corner.
Okay, and then he started running. And every time you see somebody run, you feel compelled to run after him, right?
I did. Well, I believe he had stolen something, so I ran to go see where he was going.
Okay. Let me have clip 24 of States 4, please, Stephanie. And now, what do you call it? Y'all are really briskly walking there, are you not? That's a really brisk walk, isn't it?
Well, he's running off screen, so that's when I started running after he started.
Okay, you're running now.
Yes, sir.
That's running.
Here.
You're no longer briskly walking, you're running now, right?
Yes, sir.
And what's your dad doing in that video?
In the video, he's also running.
Okay. And is he saying, Andy, let's stop. Let's do not leave the parking lot. Let's stop right here.
I did not hear that.
Okay, he didn't say that?
No, sir.
Okay. And now the boy had lost his shoe. You know your mother went and picked it up from the scene, right?
I learned that afterwards. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And he's running so hard, he comes out of his shoe. You know that now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you don't dispute that, do you?
No, sir.
We saw the video, right?
Yes, sir.
And he's running so hard, his cell phones fall out of his pockets, correct?
He throws them out.
Okay. Well, you said before they fell out. Did you not? I know you're saying he threw them out today. Have you ever thrown cell phones on the side of the road?
I never.
Okay. And he didn't either, did he?
No, he threw them.
If I showed you a video from your store the day of where you said they fell out of his pockets, would you still deny that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, we need to refresh his memory of the video. Let me ask first if this will help refresh your memory. Read this and tell me if you deny that you said any of those things. Don't say it out loud, just read it, see if you refresh your memory.
Okay.
Do you deny saying that?
I do not deny saying that.
Okay. So you don't disagree that at the day of, you said these things flew off of him. You never said anything about him throwing anything.
In that moment, at that moment, yes, sir.
Okay.
I did say that.
And this was the day of.
Yes, sir.
Because why would anybody throw their cell phones out? Does that make any sense to you?
I would not know.
No. Because they didn't. He didn't throw them. They flew off of him because he was running so hard.
No, sir. I saw him throw it to the side.
What did you want me to read what you said? Would that help?
Well,
Or would you want me to play the video for you? Would that help?
I'm just telling you what I saw.
Okay. I'm asking you what you said on the day it happened.
Okay.
You never said that he threw them. You said he dropped them.
I did say
Two
that.
things flew off of him, correct?
Yes, sir. When flew, like he threw it. That is what I meant.
That's what you meant. Okay.
Yes, sir.
They threw his shoe off too, didn't he?
I did not see that myself.
Okay. So Tom, you're saying he dropped his phone. Two things flew off. You don't disagree with that?
I did say that.
Okay. All right. And as a matter of fact, you chased him and you stopped and looked at him. Right?
At what point? Oh, at what he threw, you mean?
Right, all right, listen, I'm only going to be talking to you about May 28th of 2023. So if you ask when, I'm talking about this date when 14-year-old Cyrus Belton died. So is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you're chasing him, his shoe comes off. Two cell phones come off of him. You stop and look at him, do you not?
So I slow down for like a second, and I glance back. I don't see a phone, a water bottle. All I see is trash, and so I turn back around and continue to follow him.
All right. Would it surprise you to know that you had previously said that you stopped and looked at and noticed there were two cell phones on the ground?
You said that?
Do you disagree that you said that?
I don't remember saying that.
Would it help you if I refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
You stopped to look at what he had dropped, correct?
Try to see what he had thrown, yes, sir.
Okay, you do agree with me then that you stopped to look.
Well, it wasn't like a full stop.
What was it?
I slowed down. So in the video you see me full sprinting, and so I slowed down to see, and I don't see anything, so I turn back around and keep
You
going.
didn't see the white sheet right there?
No, sir.
Or the cell phones?
No, sir.
One was white though, right?
The phone?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
You remember your mother collecting them and bringing them into the gas station that night?
I remember her saying that, yes, sir.
Now, whenever Cyrus goes, Stephanie, let me have states 7, please. You recognize this to be 7441 Park Lane Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And under this awning, approximately here is where the entrance of the store is, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but when Cyrus leaves, he rounds this corner and goes this direction in the sidewalk, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As you guys come around the corner at a brisk pace with your dad yelling, he
Calling
takes
out
off
to him.
sprinting, does he not?
My dad calls out to him, "Hey,"
Okay.
that's it.
And he takes off sprinting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you able to see these two posts right here, the two light posts from the black car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Cyrus ran around those and took this cut through, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you and your father took this direction,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. His shoe came off somewhere in this vicinity, correct?
I do not believe so. I think it was earlier,
Okay.
judging off the video.
Somewhere in here then?
Maybe a bit further back.
Somewhere here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Cell phones were found in this general area? Or where did you stop to look where he had?
It is still in the parking lot.
I'm sorry?
It is still in the parking lot.
The cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When I saw him throw them, it was up, like before that sand path there.
All right. Somewhere here.
Yes, sir.
Cyrus takes the path, correct?
Yes, sir.
And does he immediately cross over Spring Tree?
He's kind of running a diagonal
All right, how about this?
straight to the
Is that
scene.
it? Is that it?
Straight to where the scene was.
So he's running in the middle of the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is a fairly heavily traveled road, correct?
Yes, sir.
Cars go pretty fast up and down that road, correct?
I'm not sure.
You've never noticed people speeding up and down that road?
No, sir.
No? All right, but it is heavily traveled, correct?
Yes, sir.
Cyrus, you and your father run directly across with no disregard for cars coming or going, did you not?
I did not see any cars.
You didn't even notice the white Honda that had to slam on its brakes to keep from hitting you guys?
I did not notice that. No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
Okay. Because you were focused on chasing the 14-year-old, is that correct?
I was focused on seeing where he was going.
Okay. Spring Tree Road is a very straight road, correct?
Yes, sir.
You can see a great distance down this road, correct? States 15, please, Stephanie.
No, sir.
15. All right. Spring Tree is a straight road, correct?
It is straight.
Okay. And it dead ends eventually, correct?
Yes, sir.
What are these apartments right here?
I'm not sure.
All right. What are these apartments right here?
I'm not sure.
Are there any more apartment complexes besides these two?
I'm not sure.
All right. But it dead ends?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what's the purpose of sprinting after Cyrus if you merely wanted to find his direction of travel? Don't we already know his direction of travel without even leaving the property?
Well, it is a dead end for a car, but not for someone on foot.
What does that mean?
You can go anywhere.
Where can you go?
Anywhere.
Where can you go besides the apartments? I don't understand.
You could go through it. I don't understand.
All right. Where can anybody go besides those apartments? There's only 2 apartment complexes to go to before you hit the dead end, right?
Well, you could walk another direction, not on the road.
Explain that. I don't understand. Are you trying to say you could go through the woods?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. So were you prepared to chase him through the woods?
I don't know.
Do you know, like, at what point your dad and you stop, or do you just chase him for eternity?
I don't know. I was just, the only thing I was thinking was
Get
see where he was
bottle.
going.
Yeah, and get that bottle of water. Gotta get that bottle of water, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Don't we know which direction he went? I mean, if the cops show up, and we know how to call 911, we've established that. You say, officers, this is the guy you're looking for. This is the guy you're looking for. And he went straight up Springtree. Not too many places he can go. He can take a right or a left. Oh, and by the way, we got his backpack, we got his shoe, we got 2 cell phones. Shouldn't be too hard for you guys. Right?
Well, I did not see the phones. I did not see a shoe.
But you know you are a computer information systems graduate, or whatever you are. You know intimately about computers, and you know about the capabilities of your surveillance system, do you not?
I know that we had his picture.
And you know about the wall of shame, do you not?
Yes, sir.
And you know how to call 911, do you not?
I do.
So why do we you want to find his direction? I know that's what. Is that your explanation? You want to find direction of travel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We got videos that show his direction of travel. You say he didn't go to Park Lane, he went down Springtree. You can tell officers his direction of travel, right? You never even have to leave the property, do you?
You could. I could get more details. More detailed on where he went, because the even though the road is straight, it goes up a little bit, so you can't actually see down the road. There's a little hump.
It's your testimony that you and your father had to chase up there to see specifically where he went, so we can get that dollar bottle of water. Is that your testimony?
Well, I was running to just see where he was going.
Why do you have to run on that straight road? The boy has 1 shoe on. I mean, can't you do that brisk walk you like to do?
Well, I was not thinking that at the
What
time.
were you thinking?
To see where he was going.
I'm going to ask you, I'm going to leave it behind after this. But
Okay.
when you stand, States 20, please. 20, yes, ma'am. When you stand right here, you recognize this to be the driveway of your gas station.
Yes, sir.
You can see right up the road, right?
At my height, I would not be able to see all the way down.
Let me ask you something. Do you have, I see you wear glasses. Do you have issues with your vision?
Just a little bit.
Okay. And do you have trouble perceiving things even with glasses?
No, sir.
You don't?
No, sir.
So with your glasses, you have good eyesight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You see this car right here, Andy?
Yes, sir.
What apartment complex are they with?
That first one.
Okay. And then how many more up the road?
I'm not sure.
All right, well, dead ends, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you're standing right there, you can see him take a left in that apartment complex, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if he keeps going, you know there's a dead end, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know there's only that other apartment complex on the right up there.
Yes, sir.
So if you stand right there, stay in your parking lot of your store at 7441 Park Lane Road, you can go ahead and rule out that first apartment on the left if he passes, right?
I could, yes, sir.
Okay, but if he turns in there, you can say, officers, he went up there, took a left, right?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, we got his face too, right?
Okay.
And by the way, we got his cell phone and shoe, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you following me still? If you kept running past that driveway, then you could narrow it down too. You could say, Mr. Police Officer, he kept running past that first complex, and the next one is up there on the right, right?
I could have.
Okay. Are you tracking my question? So my question is, why do you need to be right up on him, jogging beside him the whole time?
I did not plan to be right on him.
But you were.
Because he tripped.
So you watched a 14-year-old boy with one shoe. You suspected of stealing $1 of water, trip and fall, and you didn't just turn around and say, Dad, let's call it a day. Let's just go back. We've done too much already. You didn't do it.
I did not do that.
Because you're right up on it. And you even said that in your statement, right? I got
was
right up on it.
I was arm's length away.
Okay. You still didn't notice he was only wearing one shoe?
No, sir.
He busted his butt pretty bad there, didn't he?
His butt? No.
He busted his shins up, right? I mean, he was down like on his stomach, right?
I'm
You
not
said
sure.
that.
He was flat, and I saw something in his hand.
Okay. This is state 78. Okay. And he hit pretty hard. Okay. And are you familiar with a tack light? This is state's number 6. Are you familiar with the tack light?
Yes, sir.
Remember that on the ground?
I did not see it myself, but
Well, like you were standing there with the officer when he identified it being there after the fact.
I thought they were talking about a red thing on the floor.
Okay. But you didn't see that at the time?
I did not see that, no, sir.
All right. Well, let me see states 35. You saw his shins just now, what he did to himself after that fall?
I did see that.
Okay. And it was a fairly, he hit the ground pretty hard, did he not?
He did fall flat on the ground.
Okay. And that was right about here where AA is, correct?
I believe it was a bit further out.
Okay. Do you see AA?
Yes, sir.
You realize that's an attachment to the pistol he had on him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any explanation? Because you were the closest one to him, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. He had to have hit the ground right here for his optic, his flashlight, to come detached and come to rest right there, right? You didn't throw it there, did you?
I did not.
And that's not yours, is it?
No, sir.
And that doesn't go to your dad's gun, does it?
No, sir.
So that is where he fell, correct?
From my memory, he fell a bit further, a
Okay.
bit after. So
You were closest to him.
Yes, sir.
How did that get to be right there then? Did you move it?
Then maybe when he took it out,
When did he take it out?
I don't know, but when he was on the ground, it was already in his hand.
Okay. Do you think maybe when he hit the ground, it came out of his pocket? You think that's possible?
I'm not sure.
Okay. He hit the ground pretty hard, did he not?
He did.
You were right there up on it. He hit the ground hard, did he not?
He did.
Okay. And he's already lost his shoe. You understand that?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Do you understand that? You want me to play the video again for you?
No, sir.
We know he lost his shoe because your mom brought it in your store, right?
Yes, sir.
You were there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I ask a question you don't understand, just ask me to repeat.
Well, I didn't know he didn't have his shoe on.
I didn't ask you that.
Okay.
We understand now he lost his shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We understand now that 2 cell phones had flown off of him in his haste to get away from you two, correct?
I saw him throw it, yes, sir.
But at the day, you said it flew off of him. You didn't say throw, correct?
That day, yes, sir.
Okay. I know you want to say the day that he threw them, but I'm talking about May 28, 2023. You said 2 things flew off of him.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we now know that in his haste to get away from you, he ran out of his sneaker, and now he's running up the road with 1 shoe on. In his haste to get away from you two, he has dropped 2 cell phones. Because who do you know that throws cell phones away? You never know anybody like that?
I do not.
Okay. So 2, he's running away from you so hastily, he comes out of his shoe, drops 2 cell phones, but you 2 continue to chase him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
And then
continue to follow him.
follow him.
All right.
Why did you use that term?
Chase and follow.
Chase. Are you comfortable when I say chase?
Yes,
then?
sir.
Okay. You continue to chase him. And then the boy, the 14-year-old, 114-pound boy, hits the ground so hard, and you're hovering over him. And the light he hits so hard that light has come off with his gun. Why not just run back to the Shell station at that point and say, this is enough. We've gone way too far. Over $1 bottle of water. Why didn't you and your dad do that then?
So everything was happening fast.
Yeah.
So I caught up to him,
Wow.
and I see the gun,
Okay.
and then it's pointed at me. So
Now, how many times
So
did you
then I
say
back
he...
up.
Oh, okay, well, I want to get to that. Who did you tell that day that he pointed a gun at you?
I did not say the exact words, no, sir.
What am I doing right now?
Pointing at me.
Yeah. It's a very simple word, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You never say pointed, you never use the term aim, did you not? Or you didn't, did you?
I did not. I did motion and pointing.
Never said point, you never said aim. You said he pulled a gun, I saw a gun.
Yes, sir. I said those things.
Okay. English is your first language, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you even speak Cantonese?
Only a little bit.
Only a little. You understand the term point, you use it all the time, do you not?
Yes, sir.
You understand the word aim, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody stop you from using those words that day?
No, sir. They also did not ask me.
Did you have trouble volunteering that very important piece of information?
The first thing that came to my mind was he pulled it, and then I pointed with my
He
hand.
pulled it. Could it have come out of his pocket when he took that violent fall to the ground?
I believe he took it out.
Could it have come out of his pocket when he took that violent hit on the ground that dislodged the flashlight from his gun?
I'm not sure.
Could it have fallen out of his pocket after you chased him 130 yards and he hit the ground, wounding his shin, dislodging that light from his gun? Could it have come out of his pocket at that point?
It could have.
Okay. You never saw it before he fell, correct?
The gun.
You never saw that gun before he fell, correct?
No, sir.
All right. The first time you're even aware of it is when you're right on top of him and he's hurt himself and he's lying on the ground face down, correct?
Yes, sir.
And where's your dad?
I'm not sure. He's behind me.
2
That's
to
all.
3 feet behind you, maybe?
I'm not sure.
Would it surprise you? You said before that he was 2 to 3 feet behind you.
I don't remember.
Would it surprise you? Do you deny saying that?
I don't remember saying it.
Do you deny saying that?
I just don't remember saying it.
Do you deny saying that he was 2 to 3 feet behind you?
I'm not sure.
far away do you think you were from him when he fell to the ground, when you first saw the gun?
From young man?
Yes, sir.
More than like 10 feet, maybe.
Okay, your dad was 10 feet?
Wait,
10 feet from
where
Cyrus?
I was from him, or
You were 10 feet from Cyrus when he fell?
when he tripped?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. He was ahead of me.
Okay, but then you got right up on him is what you testified to.
Yes, sir. And then I caught up to him. Yes, sir.
Okay, you were right up on him is I think what you
Yeah, arm length. Yes, sir.
Arm length? How far was your dad from you at that point?
I'm not sure. I did not look back.
Okay. Would you say, do you remember saying that he was maybe 5 to 10 feet from Cyrus?
At what point?
You remember giving an interview saying that?
At what point was he at 5 to?
When Mr. Cyrus Carmack-Belton was lying on the ground, and you see the gun.
Oh.
Your arm's length, how far is your dad?
I'm not completely sure.
All right, let me see if you recognize making these statements. Start here. Okay. You do not deny making those statements?
I do not deny.
Okay. So you previously told or indicated that your dad was 5 to 10 feet away from him, and you were maybe 2 feet from him when you first saw the gun.
That is what I said.
I'm asking you, I mean,
Oh,
do you remember giving an interview with Mr. Jordan, Investigator Jordan?
So, I was told by Mr. Kent that I can only say what I saw at that day, and I did not know. My dad was behind me. I did not know what he was doing.
Okay, well, why? You remember when Investigator Jordan, how many feet do you think your dad was from Cyrus, if you had to guess?
Your Honor, I'm not going to object to even hear the last word guess, and we told him not to speculate. May we approach him?
Hey, what's up?
Jordan asked you, how far, if you had to guess, from Cyrus was your father? You don't deny him asking that, right?
I do not.
You don't deny saying it'd be like 5 to 10 feet? You don't deny that?
Yes, sir. I would be guessing where he was.
You would have seen him. How could you have guessed a distance if you didn't see him?
I did not see him.
Well, you just testified a minute ago with your lawyer that when you saw the gun, you looked up, turned towards your dad, and said, he's got a gun. Did you not testify with Mr. Kent about that?
I thought the question was when I was next to the young man and I saw
That's
the
when
gun.
you saw the gun.
Yes, sir. So
And
then
then you
I.
Go ahead.
So then I see the gun and
Yeah.
it points up at me. So I put my hands up and I say he has a gun,
Okay.
still facing. And then I'm backing up at this point, and then I turn and I see my dad.
Oh, so now there's a lot more time than I thought between these events. So now your testimony is you're right up on top of him. He's falling. Okay, stop me if I'm wrong. Okay, I'm just trying to repeat what I think you just said.
Okay.
You're right on top of him. You see a gun. You don't know where your dad is right now, correct?
Yes, correct.
So how many seconds does it take for you to go, whoa, 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 back up, and say, he's got a gun?
Well, it'd be he has got a gun, and then I turn to where you are now, and tell my dad he has a gun.
He's got a gun.
And
When you're looking at your dad, how far away is he from Cyrus, who's still on the ground? 5 to 10 feet?
I'd see closer to 10 feet. 10 feet or more.
Okay. Wonder why you said 5 to 10 when Investigator Jordan asked you that.
I learned that my perception of feet, how far long a foot was wrong.
Okay, so over 3 years, you've learned about 12 inches and what it means to be 5 or 10 feet? You've learned distances better over 3 years, is that what you're saying?
After I explained it.
Okay, so let me get this right, because I just want to be clear. He's still on the ground as you're running backwards?
No, he's getting up.
Okay.
And that's when he points the gun at me as he's getting up.
And still running? He continues to run?
He does continue to go forward, yes, sir.
Okay. And so I guess that must mean that he's doing this.
Not behind him, because I'm not backing up straight backwards.
Okay. How are you backing up?
Since I was running full speed, I slow down. I'm maybe arm's length away, and then I see the gun, and then I start to back up, and I start to go out this way.
Okay. Stephanie, can I have state number 26? All right. Judge, can I have the witness just step down just to explain real quick? Can you get here? Mr. Peter. You recognize what we're looking at in state 26?
Yes, sir.
All right, show us where he, and I want you to, as best you can, put the tip of that on the exact spot where he fell.
It would be right here.
Okay. Right there. And that's about where that tack light was found, correct?
I believe the tack light is down.
All right, now put it with me and show me where he fell. Right there. Okay. And you're right up on top of him.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. You're right up on top of him when you see the gun right there.
Yes, sir.
Show us the direction you backed up in.
So I come in, and I back out this way.
Why would you back up further towards the road instead of back to safety where the Park Lane road is?
Because my momentum's taking me out this way.
Well, your momentum, you said you stopped right over him. You're right on top of him. How'd you have momentum if you were in the stopping position?
Well, I didn't come to a full stop. I came in, slowed down, and then I see the gun, and then I start to come out this way. And then so I turn around here, and I see my dad, and then...
Wait. Slow down. Slow down. He hits the ground. How long was he down on the ground?
Maybe 1 or 2 seconds.
1 or 2 seconds. And you're right on top of him, is what you testified to, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Right on top of him while you're moving past him, or I don't understand, because I understood that you stopped right beside him. You're an arm's length away from him, is what you said prior.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you stopped.
So I came in, and then I didn't come to a full stop right here, and then start to go.
Well, if he's on the ground, okay, so you're explaining he hits the ground, you just kind of keep running past him.
I keep coming up here, and then he starts to get up.
Okay.
And then he points the gun at me, and so I continue that.
Andy, if he's pointing the gun at you, he's trying to move this way, why are you backing up in the same direction he's moving? I don't understand. Why not go back this way? If you just approach the man with the gun, why are you backing up in the same direction of travel as he's going? I don't understand.
Well, my momentum's just taking me that way.
But you already said you stopped right beside him when he hit the ground.
Well, no, I didn't come to a full stop. I don't.
All right, so let me get this straight. You're running forward here, correct?
Yeah. Full sprint.
Okay. And then you slow down and suddenly you're backpedaling. How do you do that? How do you go from sprinting forward to backpedaling without stopping? Can you demonstrate that?
Sure.
You can go from a dead sprint to a backpedal without stopping?
Well, no, I slowed down.
Okay, so you can go from a sprint to slow down to backpedal.
Yes, sir.
Do we have enough room for you to do that? I've never seen that done.
So,
No? Is that something you practice?
No.
You're describing as a full sprint, slow down, and then suddenly you're backpedaling up the road. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Cyrus is trying to get up, but he's continuing this way, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember, all right, so when you back up here, you don't deny that you said you turned to look at your dad and said he has a gun.
Yes, sir.
Now, put the pointer where your dad was standing when you first saw him, when you turned around and looked at your
When
dad.
I turn around here and I see he comes up around this spot.
Okay, did you write about there? And that's about where that casing's found.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then Cyrus would be up already on his feet and out this way.
Okay, Cyrus is continuing trying to get it that way.
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that as he's running, he's doing that to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're running with him, kind of. I mean, he's running that way, and you're backing up with him.
Yes, sir. But kind of like going away from him.
Okay, well, you just said when you're backpedaling, you're going up Springtree, away from Park Lane, right?
It would be this way.
Okay, but are you going towards Park Lane when you're backing up, or up closer?
Up. Yeah. Yes, I'll be going up Springtree.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Cyrus is going up Springtree too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're going up Springtree, correct? That's what you just said.
Yes, sir.
All right. So he's running, and you're backpedaling beside him, and he's running with a gun the whole time. That's what your testimony is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can have a seat. So, your dad's standing back there going, what the hell is going on? Why is my son backpedaling with this guy aiming a gun at him, right?
I'm not sure what he was doing.
Have you ever seen anything like that before? One man running down the road aiming a gun at somebody, another guy jogging beside him?
I mean, there would be about, like, there's a good distance between us. I'm not, like, right next to him.
Okay, all right, so how far had you backed off of him at that point?
About maybe 20 feet away now.
20 feet
since
away
we're
from him.
going away from each other.
Okay, but you're both moving up Springtree away from Park Lane. You and
Up
Cyrus.
Springtree and away from each other.
Okay, and there's trees in between you and Cyrus at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he's trying to get towards those apartments, is he not?
I'm not sure what he was.
Which direction, one more time, Andy, which direction was he going? Was he going towards Park Lane or up Springtree?
He was going up Springtree.
Okay, and what's at the end of Springtree?
Some apartments.
All right, but is there any doubt he was trying to get away from you two?
I don't know what he was thinking, what he was doing.
Was he running towards you or away from you?
I was running away from him. Now that he's pointing a gun at
Let me ask you, I'm gonna make this real easy for you. Okay, step by step.
Okay.
When y'all left the Shell station, was he trying to get away from you two?
I'm not sure why he ran.
Did he ever stop and ask to shake your hand?
No, sir.
Did he ever run towards you?
No, sir.
Okay. He was running away from you, right, Andy?
I can't speak for him.
Was he running towards you?
No, sir.
Was he running away from you? It's not a hard question.
I guess not to me, yes, sir.
He was trying to get away from where you were, correct?
Could be.
It could be. You and your dad are yelling at him and running after him.
I did not. Outside of the store, I did not yell at him.
You yelled at him in the store.
Well, I called out to him, hey.
And your dad yelled to him when he got out of the store.
And my dad called out hey to him, yes.
And he ran away from you.
Okay, yes, sir.
I know, I'm asking you. This is your chance to answer my questions. And they're not hard, are they? He ran away from you and your father, did he not?
He did run away from me.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
At any point, did he turn and engage with you? You understand that word?
He did not.
Okay. At any point, did he stop and turn towards your dad and pull out a gun in the store?
Towards my dad, no, sir.
Did he do that to you in the store?
No, sir.
Did he do that when y'all chased him into Springtree? Did he turn around before y'all left the parking lot and point a gun at you?
No, sir.
But you continued to chase him though, didn't you? And you actually called up to him, you called up to him twice, is what you said in your statement roadside, right?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean? What was the first time you called up with him?
I'm not completely sure.
Okay. So you catch up with him, and then he keeps going, and then he falls, and then you catch up with him again, and that's when the gun thing happens, right?
Yes, sir. He pointed the gun at me.
Okay. And you said he fell, he took 1 to 2 steps after he got shot and fell down?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or yeah, he kind of ducks to the ground and stays on the ground.
Okay. But you testified that he took 1 to 2 steps after he was shot and fell to the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me see states 32, please, Stephanie. So where we see Cyrus here, pretty much where he got shot, right?
Yes, sir. Or
What?
that's when I see him and he takes 1-2 steps and then falls. That's not where he got shot right there.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
You must have got shot somewhere in here, right? If you take 1 to 2 steps and then falls.
I think it'd be a bit further left.
Did you take big steps?
Well, it's not exact. I didn't look at him immediately, so there could be steps before those first 2 steps that I saw.
Your testimony before was he got shot, took 1, maybe 2 steps, and then fell. Do you deny that?
My testimony is I saw my dad fire the shot, and I turn to him, and I see he takes 1-2 steps. And then
You
he
given
falls.
statements before? Sir,
Oh, sorry. What was?
have you spoken with investigator Jordan?
Yes, sir.
Did you not tell him he took 1, maybe 2 steps and then fell?
I believe I did.
I
I believe I did.
Okay. Are you changing your testimony today for any reason, or do you stand by that statement?
No, that's exactly how he answered the question. We're mischaracterizing what the witness said. He answered it exactly as the solicitor just asked the second time.
Overruled, and I think the witness can explain it if he needs to.
You previously said he gets shot, takes 1, maybe 2 steps, and then falls. Doesn't get back up, right?
I did say those words.
Okay. So tell me then about tell me when to stop, where he was when you remember him getting shot.
It would be about there.
There.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if that's 1 to 2 steps, he must have really been moving. He must have been moving pretty fast trying to get up that hill, if that's 1 to 2 steps carried him that far, right?
Well, there would have been more steps before the 1 or 2 that I saw.
Listen,
Okay.
your prior testimony, I want to be very clear, I'm going to talk slow. Your prior testimony was this: he gets shot, takes 1 or 2 steps, and falls. Do you deny that?
No, sir.
Okay. We're clear on that now. We don't have to go back and forth on that anymore, do we?
Yes, sir.
Shot, 1 or 2 steps, falls. We're clear on that. Are we clear on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you again. This is where you didn't move him, did you, after he fell to the ground? Did you? Did you drag him anywhere? You and
No,
your
sir.
dad?
Just flipped him.
Okay. Well then, this is where he came to rest finally. Correct.
Yes, sir.
Where was he shot if it's 1 or 2 steps away? Tell me when.
It would be around there.
Okay, look at that. Look at that, Andy.
Yes, sir.
You're a I don't know, Division I level swimmer, right? What did you do, the 150 meter?
Not Division 1, no, sir.
You know,
Just
the
high school
Camden
swimmer.
Academy, you were a swimmer there, all state?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with distances, right?
In yards.
Just yards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're familiar too with my stride being what it is when I'm walking, but when I'm sprinting, I'm taking a lot bigger steps.
Yes, sir.
That he was really moving. If we are to understand that he shot right here, and that's 1 or 2 steps away, he must have been sprinting up that hill.
I mean, from that point, it was not 1 or 2 steps.
That's right. Well, no, I thought we were clear on that. We already said 1 or 2 steps after we shot up. We already cleared that up, I thought.
I mean, I
Now
just
understand?
been explaining to you what it was.
Yeah, I thought we were clear. He got shot, took 1 or 2 steps and fell, but maybe we weren't. Okay. One or two steps fell. At this point, how far out into the road are you? You've already, you're backpedaling up Spring Tree, I remember that. How far up in the middle of Spring Tree are you?
So the two lines in the middle of the road, I'm about on the right, about past it, just a little bit.
Can I see States 26 one more time, Stephanie? All right, we talked about this is about where he fell. Your dad was about right there when he fired the shot. We knew he comes to rest and passes away somewhere right in this area, correct? Correct, Andy?
No, it'd be a bit further down.
Down
To the
this way.
left.
Is that right?
And then to the left more.
Okay, right there?
It would be around there.
Okay. And so, he was shot in his back, you know that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. He's right here, okay, when he's shot. You're where now?
I would be at the double lines.
Okay, you've had a chance at this point to somehow get all the way back up here. How long did it take you to backpedal all that way?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe.
How many seconds or how much time do you think passed between when you saw he had a gun, you start backpedaling, you yell to your dad he's got a gun, you're still backpedaling, and then your dad fires the shot? How much time went by, you think?
Around 10 seconds?
10 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did Cyrus fire that gun?
He did not.
He had 10 seconds to fire the gun and he didn't?
Well, you said from when he fell to the ground to when he was shot?
Yeah.
So-
10 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in 10 seconds, he hits the ground, he's getting up, he's aiming at you, but he's continuing to move forward, and you're backpedaling with him up the road. And 10 seconds of this is going on, and your dad's just watching from behind, and you're yelling gun, and that all happens like within a 10-second period of time?
Yes, and then after I see the gun, I say, there's a gun, there's a gun. It's probably 5 seconds now.
Okay, 10 seconds from when he hit the ground, you see it, and then he's shot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then that pistol laid on the ground the entire time, and I mean, I don't know if we need to watch it, but the body cam footage, it shows you and your dad kind of just walking around the scene and hanging out as law enforcement's roping off the area and everything. You remember that?
I was not walking around the scene.
You don't remember if I showed you some body cam footage? I mean, they talked me on the side of the road. Do you remember that?
I stayed out away from the scene.
Okay, well, I'm just talking about, but you were right around where the tack light and the shell casing were found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And, you know, people are walking up and down the road and all around the scene. Do you not remember that?
I do remember that.
And the Taurus pistol laid right there beside those trees the entire time, unless somebody else moved it. Did you ever get to see it move beside your dad?
I did not see it at all after it was tossed to the side.
Even though it's right there by your feet?
When it's tossed?
Yeah, it's right there.
I was going to, young man.
Okay. And then later, after he shot, your dad throws it out there kind of near where you were standing.
No, it was off to the side, and then I went over to the young man.
Okay. It's found right there. Have you ever seen this before?
Yes,
There's
sir.
a pistol right there. And you guys are all walking around when law enforcement shows up.
I'm in the parking lot, or I am in the parking lot. Yes, sir.
You're all over the scene in the body cam, walking around. They interviewed you down here by those 2 poles.
I stayed over. I did not walk around the scene.
Andy, one second. Well, a minute ago too, you testified that as he's trying to run and you're backpedaling up with him, your dad says, drop it, and he says, no! Remember you testified to that, Mr. Kent? When have you ever said that before?
Your Honor, mischaracterization, that's not what the witness testified to, but I'll let the witness correct.
What did you say? Did you not misremember that?
So what I said, my dad said?
No.
What I
Let me just, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard earlier, you told your dad, he's got a gun.
Yes, sir.
Your dad said, drop it. And Cyrus said, no.
No. I heard my dad say that, where he said, drop it.
Yep.
And my dad said no. It was my dad that said that. And then he fired the shot.
Why'd your dad say no? I don't understand.
I'm not sure either.
Okay, so did you misspeak earlier? Did I misunderstand? I thought I heard you say Cyrus said no.
Maybe you misheard.
So Cyrus
I meant my dad said that.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay. Cyrus didn't say anything.
No, sir.
Okay.
Or I don't hear him say anything.
Okay. I must have been misheard. I'm sorry. Okay. Andy,
Yes, sir.
there was nothing. You were pretty certain that he took that water bottle, weren't you?
I believe he stole it. Yes, sir.
You were pretty certain that he did. I mean, why else would you have chased him if you weren't pretty sure?
I did believe that he had stolen something. Yes, sir.
Okay, you were pretty sure he had done it, right?
Yes, sir. You can say it that way.
But you were wrong.
I mean, afterwards I did learn he did not take any.
You were so sure of it that day that you left your position at the cash register and you ran out of the store. You were that certain, were you not?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I walked up. I did not run out the store.
We're not going to get back into it.
Okay.
You briskly walked, you ran, whatever. I'm not going to get back into it. But you were certain enough, you left with your dad, and you ran after that boy. You were that certain that he had stolen it, were you not?
I believed it, and when he ran, that's when I really believed that he had stolen something.
And you were dead wrong, weren't you?
I did learn that afterwards. Yes,
You
sir.
were dead wrong, weren't you?
I was wrong.
And there was nothing to stop you or your dad from calling 911 if you thought he had taken that dollar bottle of water, was it? Nobody stopped you.
No, sir.
You had time to go back and review the video footage and realize he hadn't taken that water bottle, didn't you? You could have looked back at the video and reviewed it and realized he didn't take any water, could you not?
It's either I do that or go see where he was going.
Okay. But if you would have reviewed it, you would have realized I didn't have to leave the store in the beginning. You or your
I was not thinking that.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just asking you, okay?
Okay.
There was nothing to stop you or your father from going back, reviewing that footage, and taking the time to do that, and realize he hadn't stolen anything. There's nothing to stop that, was there?
Nothing.
Okay. I'm not trying to be mean, but there really wasn't anything to stop that, was there?
No, sir.
Andy, we could have taken the pictures. If he had stolen, let's say he did. We could have put him up on the wall of shame. We could have sent him out to law enforcement. And if this young man had taken that $1 bottle of water, we could have punished him, right? I mean, we could have. We could have done that. We could have blasted his image out and said, we're looking for this man. He's suspected of stealing a bottle of water. And we could have helped law enforcement try to identify him, right? We could have done that.
Could have.
But we did.
I did go out to help the law enforcement see where he was going. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I want.
Anyone interested?
Yes, sir. Andy, you have been on the stand for a while. And I know it's a little stressful. I want you to take a breath for me. I want to ask you some questions, and first I want to go and, I guess it's hard getting peppered with questions and make sure your memory is perfect from 3 years ago. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And the first thing I think you were getting yelled at about was that you had never given a statement about seeing him throw something. You remember those questions that they're like, you didn't say this, you didn't say this, you didn't say this. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And if not mistaken, there are 4 times where you were asked on a body-worn camera,
Yes, sir.
in store, then you were interviewed, and then you had formally given testimony all about something being thrown. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
So first, let's talk about on scene. And when we're on scene with the body-worn camera, like the first time, you see highlighted what you told the officer?
Yes, sir.
What'd you tell the officer on scene?
He had threw stuff out at the corner right there, and he was running back down this way, and I caught up to him once, and then he kept going.
So first, and it's been suggested that you didn't say it and didn't see it, but on scene, first time, one time, he threw something,
Yes, sir.
right? And then they talked about an interview in the store. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Looking at line 28 in the store, what did you say in store?
Oh, I saw him throw something out at the corner down there.
It's number 2. Second time now. And then they asked you about a later interview. You remember doing an interview with law enforcement they were asking you about?
Yes, sir.
Just read that.
Started
Yourself.
sprinting. Oh, just myself.
Yeah, read it to yourself. Do you remember in that third time now, you told law enforcement that you saw him throw something?
Yes, sir.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And then you formally testified a 4th time under oath. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
What was your testimony then?
Do I read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I get to the bottom of the parking lot before the road, and I had seen him throw 2 cell phones out, and so I stopped to look at what he had thrown.
And so when you were being asked questions just now on cross-examination, you kept trying to tell the solicitor, I said he threw these, remember?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying, no, you didn't. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
I just showed you 4 separate times as close to the incident, so you were correct in what you were saying.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It is hard being up there being cross-examined about your memory. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
The solicitor was asking you a lot of questions, but one of the things that were clear on, there was a gun pointed in your face that day.
Yes, sir.
Questions were being asked of you, and I don't know if it was embarrassed or so forth, but there's questions asked to you about how you were running and came to a stop. First, I want you to tell the jury again what happened from the point in time when you were running and caught up. Tell the jury again.
Okay. So I caught up to, so he had fallen on this on a flat, and so I was running full speed, and I catch up to him.
Let me stop you right there. You want to lay flat on him? Just flat down. He's on his stomach?
Yes, sir.
Which way? Can you have him facing you, or let's have him facing this way? Just for example purposes. Lay
way.
flat that way, Chris. Just flat down. Sorry about the seat. Okay, and so he's laying flat down, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you were running up to him,
Yes, sir.
and then what happened? You slowed down immediately?
I slowed down coming to the curb,
Uh-huh.
and then I see there's something in his hand,
Uh-huh.
and when I get closer, and he's starting to get up,
Okay.
and he points the gun over at me.
All right. And so you're going, and so the question, of course, from the solicitor is, how can you stop and start going this way? And you were talking about momentum?
Yes, sir.
So it's something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Did that seem impossible?
No, sir.
And so your testimony is you were going full speed. Someone starts to stand up. And then your momentum, because you see what's going on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Did that seem impossible just now?
No, sir.
Was a gun pointed in your face?
Yes, sir.
How did it make you feel that day? All this other stuff, all these back and forth, how did it make you feel when a gun was pointed directly in your face?
I was terrified
Terrified that what was going to happen?
that I would die.
And what did you do? Who did you yell to?
I yelled to my dad.
And what were you yelling to your dad?
He's got a gun. He's got a gun.
And your dad, wherever feet he was, what was he yelling?
Drop it. Drop it. And no.
And what was Cyrus doing?
Pointing the gun at me. And running.
Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ready? Cross.
Who put you and your father in that position? Who put you and your father at that location on Spring Tree Drive?
I put myself there.
Okay. Who put your dad there? Did you drag him along? Did anybody make your dad go up the hill 130 yards from your store, leaving the cash register unmanned? Who made him go up there 130 yards away?
Can I say what he?
Who made him go up there?
I don't know if I can.
I'm asking
testify
you
for
a
him.
very. Did you make him go up there?
I myself did not make him go.
Was he up there against his will? Did somebody drag your dad from his office all the way up that road to
No,
where Cyrus Carmack-Belton was shot and killed?
No, sir.
Who drug him up there?
I would say just himself.
He ran himself up there, did he not?
That's what I would have seen. Yes, sir.
Is there a reason you can't answer my question with a yes or no? I mean,
Because I was told I can't testify for someone else or say.
you could say everything you saw and you know to be true.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, and the judge will correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I've always understood a witness testifying. Do you have any reason to believe that your dad was up there against his will?
No, sir.
Okay. He voluntarily ran up Springtree Drive to where Cyrus Carmack-Belton was shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And nobody stopped him from calling 911, to your knowledge.
No, sir.
Nobody stopped him from printing up these pictures of Mr. Belton, correct?
To my knowledge, no, sir.
Nobody made him leave the Shell gas station that day, right?
No, to my knowledge, no, sir.
He did it on his own, with his own free will, correct?
Yes, sir.
The shooting doesn't happen if everybody stays in the Shell gas station that day, correct?
Everyone? Yes, sir.
It doesn't happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm correct in saying that is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Shooting doesn't happen if everybody stays put in the Shell gas station, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else briefly?
It doesn't happen if Cyrus doesn't put a gun on you either, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
You know,
You don't even know there's a gun if you stay in the gas station!
That's what matters.
Right?
Your Honor.
You don't know he's got a gun if you stay put in the Shell gas station, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm correct.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
all right, you can step down, sir. All right, I think now is a good time to break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Y'all, again, don't discuss the case, don't do any research, anything of that nature. Avoid any media publications with regard to it. And we will, I know we had a little housekeeping we're probably going to need to do, so let's say we'll start back at 2:15. All right, enjoy your lunch. Everyone remain seated to the jury.
Quiet.
All right, anything from the lawyers before we go to lunch?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chow, Your Honor.
All right, we'll get back ready to go to 2:15.
Thank you, sir.
Dramatic testimony that you just heard from Andy Chow, the son of Rick Chow, as we're continuing now day 3 of the trial, the state versus Rick Chow. We have legal analyst Lacey Thompson joining us right now. I want to go really quickly about what we just heard before we went into that lunch break. We had, the cross-examination, then the redirect, then another cross, then back to that redirect with Dale Scott really yelling in that courtroom. What was that message there?
I think Dale overall did a great job cross-examining him. I think that was uncalled for. I didn't like it. It was very uncomfortable. I mean, clearly Andy is trying to protect his dad. He loves his dad, and I think he probably blames himself. I mean, I'm certain he blames himself for making that mistake of, thinking he's shoplifting and going after him. I don't think there's a lack of remorse here, certainly, and that was just too far. I think Dale went too far with the cross-examination there. I don't think it was proper. If I were a juror, I wouldn't have liked that. That would have upset me, and it would have made me look at the state's case a little bit more hesitantly, I guess. I didn't like it. I think Sean did object, but the judge didn't say anything, and Dale just screamed. I think it was completely inappropriate.
I will say we also didn't see a lot from the defense during while Mr. Scott was going kind of back and forth with Andy. Was that surprising to you?
Very, very surprising. I mean, these are seasoned defense attorneys. They've done this before. They've been here before. They know when to make objections. Several times we heard Dale testifying. Dale was making statements himself, not asking a question. For cross-examination, for direct examination, they're questions. You are supposed to ask a question. Multiple times Dale testified, and none of the defense attorneys stood up and objected to that, saying he's not asking a question, Your Honor. Where's the question, Your Honor? And that probably would have been sustained by the judge, and they would have asked their question. Multiple times that happened. There's something else that I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, asked and answered. There were several times Dale asked things of Andy that Andy had already been asked, and he just kept going and hammering him on it. And so I think twofold. One, you need to make those objections for appeal reasons, right? Formalities, you have to protect the record. But two, you have to do it because Dale was in a rhythm. He was doing a great job cross-examining him. So as a strategic standpoint, they also should have objected to try to throw Dale off of that rhythm so their witness could take a breath after being hammered and kind of like think back about what am I doing? Just, calm down. So I think strategically they should have objected when he was re-asking questions that he'd already answered, as well as for appellate purposes to protect the record.
Now, of course, we're going to be going into what we kind of saw with that back and forth, but first we want to talk about one thing. We have some video that we're going to re-show you, kind of that drawing, that $1 and really showing that. Before we get your take on it, we want you, the viewers, to take a listen.
Do you not see something black in his pocket?
To me, I just thought that was just the shadow of the pocket.
Does it look like a water bottle to you?
It does not.
Okay. All right. With all the surveillance systems they have at 7441 Parkland Road, and with all the technology and the facial recognition, okay? Couldn't we have hung this 14-year-old boy's picture up on the wall of shame? Couldn't we have done that?
We could have put his picture.
Yeah, on the wall of shame with all those other people, right? Couldn't we have done that?
You could have.
What would have stopped you from doing it?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Is there anything that would have stopped us from going back and printing all these pictures up of the boy with the white Air Force Ones, the black Nike joggers, the red Child's Play hoodie? He never covered his face, did he?
He did not.
He never put the hoodie on, did he?
He did not.
We got hundreds of still shots we could provide law enforcement, could we not?
Could you? You could.
You could. Is there anything that stopped you guys from doing that?
No, sir.
Okay. And how long does it take to call 911? How many seconds does it take, you think, for you to hit 3 buttons on your cell phone?
A second.
1 second?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that stopped you on that day from using 1 second of your time to dial 911?
Nothing stopped me.
No. And you know how to use 911 because you've used it before, correct?
Yes, sir.
You used it on that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing stopped you from using it?
No, sir.
And you certainly have a cell phone that's capable of connecting with 911, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But we didn't do any of that on this particular day, did we?
Not until after.
Yeah, it's a little late after though, right? Think about it. I'm asking you, could we not, if we suspect this 14-year-old, how many waters did you think he took?
I'm not sure.
How many did you think he took?
Maybe just one.
One. How much in the year 2023 does a bottle of water cost at 7441 Park Lane Road in Richland County at the Shell gas station operated by the Chow family? How much does one bottle of water cost?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember how much they cost? You
No.
work the cash register, right?
I did.
Okay, 98 cents sound about right?
Yes,
Let's
sir.
just round it up to $1. Dollar sound right?
Yes, sir.
Think you took $1 worth of merchandise from a store,
I did think that. Yes, sir.
and you were certain of it.
I believed he had taken it. Yes, sir.
You strongly believed enough where you left your counter, you left the cash register and ran after it, correct?
Yes, sir.
A lot of powerful stuff there, kind of going back and forth. When you saw that, Lacey, I mean, we all, when we saw the kind of the number one and that $1 going in there, was that a move, like a strategic move there from Dale?
I don't know if it was planned in advance. Definitely strategic in the moment and very impactful and powerful, I think, for the jury. I think one thing, and I talked to you about this morning, I think Dale with his demonstrations, and that was a demonstration there, putting that $1 for the jury to see, and the one yesterday with Dr. Durso, I think he's done really well with those demonstrations and making those points to the jury. I think they've been very powerful and very good in the moment. If that makes sense.
I also think one of the parts too that kind of had us gasp too was, did you hear your dad say, no, stop, no, stop? I didn't.
Right, right.
Kind of that powerful stuff there. Is that something that's kind of questioning, like, did you hear him say that? Instead of saying, did you hear him say that, it's, you remember him saying that? No, I don't remember. Wording, how does that play a part when it comes to, especially with cross-examination?
I think that was very important because what he's trying to say is that Rick Chow willingly went to where this was actively participating in it, right? So the defense is trying to say that this is on Andy. Andy got himself in the situation. This is just a dad protecting his son, right? Self-defense of others, his son, he loves him. So to break that up and try to say, no, what, it's not that. He left the gas station. He didn't tell you to stop. He was running with you. So very effective cross-examination for the state and their theory of the case.
A lot of stuff that we also heard was kind of that wall and all those pictures. How does that kind of help in this case, but also how does it hurt? We didn't see any photo of Cyrus on there, but we were just kind of talking of, okay, where are we going to go when it comes to kind of what they're calling the wall of shame when it comes to stuff like this?
I definitely think it was twofold. First off, just trying to show, and I think we touched on this yesterday, his obsession with shoplifters. That is part of the state's theory. Part of the state's case is that Rick Chow left willingly, wanting to go. This wasn't him chasing his son. He wanted to go because he thought this boy stole something from his store. So I think first off, they want to show that obsession with shoplifters, that they even have a wall showing the public, these shameful people that have stolen from their store that they own. I think the second thing, and it was said without being said, is, when Dale was like, would you put me on that? No, what if I put my hand in my pocket? Would you be looking at me? So we have to say what hasn't been said yet. This is a young black male. We know the statistics. We see the statistics, and people stereotype. We see with the statistics with cops making accusations towards black men in our country. And it's so sad. It is heartbreaking. And Dale brought that out without saying it. I am a white professional in a suit, if I come in with my hands in my pocket, you're not going to be looking at me, right? You stereotyped this kid. And it spoke volumes. He hit the nail on the head without even saying it.
I also think it's very powerful, Andy saying I was wrong.
Yes, yeah. And he had to. He has to. He has no other answer to that. He has to point out that he was wrong, and the defense can use that. Like, yes, he was wrong. He was wrong, though. Andy was wrong, but his dad didn't know, and his dad just was chasing after his son. So they're going to probably use that to wrap up, I would imagine, as some type of closing. That yes, he was wrong, but they're going to lay out that Cyrus was wrong too, and having the gun, and that Rick Chow just didn't know any of these things and stumbled upon this situation where his son had a gun pointed to him. That is the defense's theory, and they're going to use that in their theory.
I also think when we were also talking about just how he was there on the stand, in total the entire time, and even Sean saying it too, he was incredibly nervous, and he's normally very soft-spoken, but was it interesting to you that they had Sean say, how loud did you say? How loud did you talk to the police, and kind of changing the demeanor? Was that something that the jurors should be hearing, how he was saying at one time and how he is here on the stand?
I get his point. I don't think it went over as well because he was so nervous. I think it was just out of character. So I didn't think it didn't go as smoothly as like Dale putting the $1 on the board. I think it was just kind of awkward, to be honest, because he just wasn't in a state of mind to answer that. But I get why he did it to point that he was loudly saying it.
What are some of your more takeaways when it comes to this cross-examination and the redirect and the cross? I mean, that back and forth, again, as we just mentioned a little bit earlier, this was one of the first times now we're finally seeing the defense, arguing and coming back, because it was a lot of Dale Scott talking to Andy.
I mean, I think we checked the time. I think he was on cross-examination for an hour and a half minimum, maybe even more than that. And I mean, Dale just had a flow and kept going with it. My biggest takeaway is, kind of what I started with. They needed to interrupt his flow. They needed to make those objections. Even if they were overruled, you needed to make them strategically. Give your witness time to breathe. He's clearly nervous. He's clearly upset. I mean, he didn't cry or anything like that, but you could tell he was sad, right? And so I think they needed to make those objections, and they didn't. So I think here in this testimony, I think the jury will take away that there was a gun, right? That there was a gun. Cyrus did have a gun, but I don't know if they would have conveyed and made jurors believe that it was pointed at Andy.
I think when we were also talking about that where was the gun and where was the gun, and then in Andy's, how he was saying, well, he never took his hands out of his pockets, and then they were questioning, you see something black in his sweatshirt? Oh, it's just a shadow. So you didn't see a water bottle. No, I didn't see a water bottle. That was kind of that back and forth. Does that hurt the credibility of Andy Chow?
I don't think so. I think that just happened so fast, and he probably wasn't paying attention, that close attention, like zoomed into his pocket to see, what's in there. Is it a water bottle? Could it not? I mean, everything happened so fast. I mean, we said it yesterday when looking at the video when Cyrus is in the store. It was 120 seconds. It was 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. And so you got to imagine when they left the store, it was probably 2.5 minutes. I mean, this probably happened in less than 2.5 minutes, everything unfolding. So I think everything just went by so fast. I don't think it hurts his credibility in that part. I think it's been said that they followed him for a water bottle, $1 water bottle. And what it's going to come down to is, does the jury believe, though, that the gun was pointed at Andy? And I don't know if they're going to believe him or not, honestly. I don't think, everything probably happened so fast, and I mean, they probably at this point can't remember what they saw.
This is what I was going to ask. Does Andy Chow's testimony there actually strengthen that self-defense, or does it mostly just reinforce the idea that it was just a pursuit that escalated?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm really not sure. I don't know. And again, only one juror has to believe Andy, and that the gun was pointed at him, and that Rick Chow acted in self-defense. If they get one juror, it's not an acquittal.
Okay. And of course, and we weren't there during the whole
Or it's
jury
not a conviction,
selection. It's not a
sorry.
conviction. Yeah, it's not a conviction. I'm in there too. Takeaways and anything else that you think that our viewers should know or should maybe take away from not only the original testimony, but also that cross-examination and then that back and forth that we saw right before lunch?
I think it's a good example of just that, these witnesses from yesterday and today, they're not used to this. You see the witnesses that are comfortable. The witnesses that are comfortable are your law enforcement officers, your experts, Dr. Durso. They've done this many times. The witnesses for the state and now the witness for the defense, they get nervous. And I think you have to take that into consideration with credibility. Some things may be little slip ups. It might not be that they're lying, that they're intentionally trying to say something that's not truthful, but they're nervous and they're trying to remember things and answer the way, that it happened and just get tripped up in the moment. Because an attorney in cross-examining, we're trying to get people to trip up. We're trying to question that, put that credibility into question. So I'm curious to see what the jury is going to do with that testimony, because I don't know what they're going to believe, if he is lying for his dad to try to protect him, or, did it not happen at all?
Yeah. We were also talking about as he left the stand and he sat directly behind his mother, right before, of course, we all cut to lunch and stuff like that. Even just that powerful moment of just sitting there while his family is there, even just walking past his own father, kind of stuff like that. No insurance, no nothing. We didn't see it.
No, we didn't, and we don't know why. They might have been discussing something at the table and him and just out of it. It's hard to tell, but he did just look defeated. He really did. He looked defeated coming off the witness stand, and I don't think that's a good look for the defense. I mean, clearly the jury didn't see that. I think they were or maybe they left after, actually. But honestly, I just wanted to give him a hug. I mean, I don't think anybody woke up that morning wanting this to happen, right? And so, you can tell he feels horrible for his part in this. And he was young. He was young as well.
As we wrap up this chat as well, anything that you were thinking that we could possibly see after lunch?
I thought I heard something about an expert from the defense. I might have misheard that, so I'm just not sure. I don't know what kind of expert they would call.
Okay.
I don't anticipate Rick Chow taking the stand. That would surprise me. But they will renew that directed verdict motion when the defense rests, which means they're done presenting their part of the case. They'll renew that directed verdict motion. You'll hear, it sounds like Jack will probably do it again. He'll say the same thing. That's just procedural. They're just doing that so that way it's protected for appeal for the record if there are any errors of law from the judge. So I expect to see that. I don't know if the defense will put on anybody else.
Okay. So, I mean, at this point, it's just a wait and see. So we are in lunch right now, and then when they resume, Lacey is going to be back with us, just doing another quick little wrap until we get into the second half of the day. So as always, you continue to follow us right here on WLTX Plus, and as always, WLTX.com, and we will be right back as soon as they get done with lunch. So go ahead and grab that snack if you need. We're also going to go to lunch, as the jury is going to lunch, and so are the attorneys, but we'll be back as soon as they get back into the courtroom. welcome back to our continuing coverage here, the State versus Rick Chow. We are in day 3 as everyone is getting back from lunch. We have Lacey Thompson here, our legal analyst, joining us here for the day. So we just finished with the cross-examination, the direct examination of Andy Chow. What could possibly be next here for the defense?
Like I said earlier before break, I thought I heard them mention maybe an expert. Again, I don't know what kind of expert they're going to have. Maybe they'll have their own pathologist. I doubt it, but I guess it's possible. So I'm curious to see if they have any kind of expert testimony. I don't think there are any more fact witnesses. Again, I don't believe that Rick Chow will take the stand. So I'm anticipating either some type of expert and then for the defense to rest, or they may just go ahead and rest here.
Okay. And so at that point, what would be next?
The renewal of the directed verdict.
Right.
And then they're going to break to go over jury charges. So what the judge will read to the jury as far as the law goes. So of course we're going to see a jury charge on self-defense, what those elements are, what the elements of murder are, what circumstantial evidence is, what's physical evidence. So there's going to be charges on the law, and so that way the judge, this is the law. You have to apply the facts as what you think the facts are to this law. But I don't. It's going to depend on if they present anybody else if we get to those jury charges.
And really quickly, as it looks like they're coming in as well, you mentioned that you don't think that Andy would go up on the, Rick would go up on the stand. What about his wife, Alice?
I don't know how much she saw. I mean, it felt like she kind of directed them to go and then kind of stayed at the store. I know she picked up the cell phones and came back to the store. I don't think she saw the last interaction with Cyrus, Rick, and Andy. So I would doubt that they would put her on the stand. If they did, I don't think it would take very long. Like we're not going to see her on the stand for hours like we did Andy earlier, and it was hours he was on the stand.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. It was about an hour and a half or so. That was pretty much all that we saw the entire time before lunch.
And that was just cross. I mean, he was on there for about 30 to 45 minutes for direct. So he was on the stand for, I think, almost 3 hours. I mean, it took our entire morning. I think they came back around 10 and we broke right before 1. So he was on the stand almost 3 hours.
At this point, what is the strategy? I mean, right now, as we're kind of watching it too on our feed, it looks like the lawyers are all coming together, both for the prosecution and for the defense, on figuring out the next moves. What is the next moves?
So, and I should have mentioned this earlier, if they don't have anybody else and they rest, we will have closing arguments, of course, before jury charges. So I didn't mention that earlier. So you just like you have those opening arguments where you kind of like map it out for the jury what they should hear and see from their perspective. Closing, you're going to see them try to tie it all together. And if I had to guess, I would guess that the defense is going to use Sean Kent. He's just kind of known for really good closing arguments, and so I would anticipate seeing him do the closing arguments for the defense. I'm really not sure who they'll have for closing. I would guess Byron or Dale. I think one of them will end up closing for the state if it's with my guess out of the 4 that are up there.
Okay, so what we're going to do is, we're going to take you back inside that courtroom, but we also know that a lot of you are watching, of course, throughout this entire trial, and we are here. You are a legal analyst, and we would love to have, if you have any questions about what is going on or any questions that, Lacey can answer, you can go ahead and email us, or you can always send us a message to 803-776-9508. That is where we get those messages to, or you can always email news@WLTX.com as we are continuing to follow the very latest, because we are in day 3 of this trial. I mean, we started with the jury selection that we weren't allowed to be in, but as soon as we came in, it was immediate. We had opening statements right on into the prosecution, and this is day 1 for the defense. So do we have a long way to go?
I don't think so. I think we're wrapping up. Like I said, I don't think there are any more fact witnesses other than Alice. And again, she would be very brief. She would only be able to testify to what they were suspicious of in the store. But that's already been established. That's not a great point for the defense, especially with the $1 mark that Dale has made in front of the jury. So I don't think they need to really push that any more than it's already been pushed. So I think at this point, if they don't have an expert or somebody that can kind of lay out how that shot happened to match Andy's testimony, I don't think there's anybody else really to call.
Okay, and we're going to be following along as with you all. We're going to go ahead and send you right on back to that courtroom.
mind the cell phone must be turned completely off on left, top, or right. Mr. Kent, you need this on the record?
Yes, sir. The last witness who testified, Andy Choi, we put in defense exhibit number 3, which was the body-worn camera that he testified about. If you remember, we took a pause during his testimony of the video. The reason we paused is it was going to get into something about a prior shoplifting. So we paused it, it was not played for the jury. I think we stopped it in time. I went over to I think you saw me go over to a state table and tell them that that's why we were pausing, because I saw that was coming up during the lunch break where we redacted to take that complete clip out. It has just been muted, Mr. Scott, completely based upon what the jury heard. So it has been muted out, so we'd like to replace, we'll leave it, of course, but I guess supplement this and make this defense 3A. And then before it goes to the jury, we would ask that the state have opportunity to review it and make sure it's what I've said.
Okay. But then 3 would not go to the jury.
3 does not go back to the jury.
Okay.
Would you prefer I replaced it? I think, Mr. Scott, do you want me to replace 3 with 3? Would that be easier?
That's fine.
Yeah, I think that'd be the easiest thing.
Yeah.
Just we'll note for the record that the redacted version is now the only.
Yes, sir, and it has redacted. So, Your Honor, Andy, that's a Madam Court Reporter, and ask that she mark that as 3. And then before it goes back to the jury, if the state could have opportunity to review it to make sure it is what I have said that it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are we ready to proceed?
This is ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Toller, get security, please, sir.
you, Your Honor. Your Honor, defense would call Mr. Richard Carmack.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Richard Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. You've come a pretty good distance today for us, and I appreciate that. You are actually Investigator Carter, is that correct?
No, sir.
All right,
I'm a deputy with Lancaster County Sheriff's Office.
Deputy Carter then. But your work with that department and other departments prior to that have been as an investigator or investigation of crimes?
Yes, sir.
Or potential possible crimes?
Yes, sir.
So, you know, lawyers are supposed to be very good at asking questions. That's not always the case, as I'm sure this jury has experienced. So if there's a point where I ask a question that makes absolutely no sense to you, do not hesitate to say, could you ask me that again? Or can you ask it in a different way? I'm very content with that, okay? Because it's very important that everything that you hear from me by way of a question is understood and that your answers are very clear, so for their understanding, okay? Mm-hmm. Thank you, sir. And you're going to have to, I'm going to pick on you because before I start, she will grab you by the neck and say, you can't nod your head. You did say, but.
Sorry. Yes, I understand, yeah.
You got to be very careful about that because you know from, you've testified before.
Yes.
Probably dozens of times, so it's an easy habit to lapse into. So I'll pick on you before she gets on you. Now, you're employed at Lancaster?
Lancaster County Sheriff's Office.
And you drove there today, from there today?
Yes.
You got to work tonight?
Yes.
Well, I want to ask you a little bit about your law enforcement career. So prior to working in Lancaster, you call it Lancaster, I call it Lancaster, and I'm from here, not Lancaster. But where'd you work before that? And just tell the jury, if you will, just give them a little quick narrative of the departments you worked in.
I'm on year 30. Prior to Lancaster, I worked for Richland County for 21 years. And prior to that, I worked at Mount Pleasant. I started my career in North Carolina, Carolina Beach PD.
I can't imagine why you left the beach, but okay. You came inland, and prior to all of those 3 stops with those departments, you went to the Criminal Justice Academy?
Yes, sir.
Got trained there. Have you worked out of state with law enforcement?
So,
Have you worked with the department out of state?
I worked in North Carolina with Carolina Beach Police Department. That's where I started.
All right, Carolina Beach, I got you. All right, sir. So you were trained at the academy, and at the academy you took courses and were trained on things like crime scene investigation?
Yes, sir.
Witness interviewing?
Yes, sir.
Things that you do when you go to a possible crime scene, the kind of a list of things to do as,
yes,
as an officer on the scene?
Yes, sir.
And just for a moment, I want to dwell there and ask you, the things you do when you arrive at a crime scene, is there a priority or how you approach it, how you were trained to approach a crime scene?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you tell them about that?
As an initial responding officer, first is provide aid to the victim or injured. Then it's to secure the crime scene, preservation of the evidence, and to determine witnesses or individuals that may be present who have information regarding what occurred.
All right. And in terms of identifying witnesses, do you is it important to talk with the witnesses, interview them, get information from them?
Yes, sir.
And is there a preference in law enforcement and in your training about how soon you interview people to get information from them?
Yes, sir.
And what's that preference?
I mean, when you're initially on the arrival on the scene, if people have information, important to identify who they are and what it is that they have seen or have not seen.
Is it important to do that sooner or later if you got the manpower to do it?
Sooner.
Why is that?
Because the individuals that may be there may not be there when you get to them.
Might wander off?
Correct.
Are there other reasons that make it important to interview them? First, do you interview them, you get the group of witnesses together and interview them together, or what do you do?
No, I interview them separately.
Why do you do that?
So their stories aren't tainted, or they don't, what's the word, influence someone else's story. You want them to be their own.
Okay. So you're going to try to separate the witnesses and talk to them as soon as you can to get their freshest recollection?
Correct.
And in the old days, before body cameras, did you have a notepad? Have to take notes?
Yes, sir, I did.
In the incident that we're going to talk about, May 28th of 2023, you didn't need a notepad, did you?
No, sir.
That's because you were equipped with body cameras?
Yes, sir.
Or you were equipped with one, but virtually all of the officers on the scene had body cameras as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
And so, how did you come to find yourself at this scene that you're here to testify about?
Dispatch was notified of myself and the other deputies working on my shift at that time of an incident that occurred.
Okay. And that was an incident at 7441 Park Lane?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that to be an intersection of Park Lane Road and Spring Tree Road?
Correct.
Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
There was a gas station on the corner?
Yes, sir.
So from the time that you got the dispatch, do you recall, and this has only been 3 years, and I understand that, but do you have a recollection of how long it took you to get there?
At that time, I was on the 77 end of Decker Boulevard, and it took me, running code or blue lights and siren.
Pretty quick.
A short time to get there.
Okay. And can you describe the scene when you arrived there?
When I arrived, there was a lot of people there, and I was trying to figure out who was going on. But there was a gentleman laying in the grass. There were people around the gentleman, and I believe fire and EMS were already on scene.
How about members of your department?
There was one other deputy that was on my shift.
Do you remember his name?
Deputy English.
Okay. Was he, you were working in his department, y'all were working together, so you knew him? When you
Correct.
And do you recall what roughly he had accomplished by the time you got there?
Well, we both pretty much got there about the same time. Okay. He was just a little bit faster than I was. He already had crime scene tape out. He was what I call securing the crime scene, or preserving what he's being told at that moment, trying to establish what was going on.
Okay. The things that you've discussed before, the priority actions by officers arriving at the crime scene, you had a number of people there, and you had a potential crime scene. What measures were taken that you recall to, as you described, preserve the crime scene or segregate it?
Once I was advised of potential evidence that was consistent with what the stories I was being told, important thing was to make sure that piece of evidence was not removed unintentionally because it could have, its location could have easily disappeared. So we moved the cars, we put crime scene, we expanded the crime scene area.
Put tape up?
Yes, with tape.
Crime scene tape. And that's a perimeter or a way of roping off the area?
Yes, sir. And there was information of a bag that was thrown off. I guess it was a drain, a culvert, right there off the road.
Well,
So
let me show you. State's Exhibit 12 is this. Does that look familiar?
yes, sir.
Is that the black bag or?
Yeah, that appears to be the bag.
Okay. And you were telling us where that was located. Where was that?
It was in I guess, I'm not gonna say grassy, it's the growth off the side of the, it's where all the stormwater drains off in. And so it was kind of sitting down off of that.
So this crime scene was off of a curbed roadway.
Yes.
Springtree. And so there was an area without any particular vegetation and then a tree line behind that.
Correct.
Seem familiar? And before, well, this culvert that you're describing, was it a paved culvert?
I think a portion of it was, then there was concrete, I mean, it was.
But it, just for the jury's benefit, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it may be easier to just ask you, it started at the roadway level and then it went down, up or down?
Down.
All right. It went down to a creek?
Yes.
And did you find that, or was it pointed out to you, this bag?
It was pointed out. I can't recall where that information came from.
Do you recall how far down the culvert it was?
It wasn't that far.
5 feet, 10 feet?
10 feet?
It wasn't in the creek?
No, it wasn't in the creek.
Okay. And where was Mr. Chow, this gentleman over here? You didn't know Mr. Chow at the moment you arrived?
No, sir, I didn't.
You learned who he was during
Correct.
the investigation? And you had occasion to be involved in an interview with him, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where was he when you arrived?
When I first
Yes, sir.
made contact with him, he was standing on the sidewalk right above where the piece of evidence was.
All right. And during the time you were there, did you have interaction with a young man named Andy Chow?
I did.
And did you learn he was the son of Mr. Chow?
I did.
Did you learn that he was somehow involved in the incident as a witness or somehow involved?
I did.
And you were involved in an interview with him?
Yes.
All right. And where was he when you arrived, if you recall?
I don't recall.
All right. Well, during the interview that was conducted with your participation, and we're coming to that in one moment, where was Mr. Chow's son when you and another officer were talking with Mr. Chow?
He was down, he was closer to Park Lane on a sidewalk.
So he wasn't standing there listening, he
No,
wasn't
sir.
participating in that interview. And now, the interview of Mr. Chow, how many times did you speak to Mr. Chow in an interview setting?
The only time I interacted and spoke with Mr. Chow was when he was standing on the sidewalk.
All right, all right. And who began the discussion with Mr. Chow that you then walked up to and participated in?
Deputy English.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like, and so was there a point in this interview with Investigator English that you were standing there next to him after a point of, he had started before you walked up, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so at some point, as Mr. Chow was speaking, Investigator English went over to talk to someone else and you remained?
Yes, sir.
And so let me do this, if we may, Your Honor, we have talked and we would like to show the interview that's already been admitted. It is the interview on scene that Mr. English conducted with Mr. Chow, with this gentleman participating. It takes 3 minutes, Jim? Minute and a half, okay. Oh, me. All right, is this the entire, or are we starting late in it? I can't remember. All right. So if you'll watch this. Yes, involved.
I can tell you what happened. He shot lifted in my store. I said, I know him. We followed him out. I followed. On the way down here, we tell him to drop at the store. Right. I think it's a drink something. I think he went over here. He checked around there. Okay. He stopped to get up. By the time he got up, my son caught up to him. And then right about when my son saw a gun, what was that? He's got a gun. So I took my gun, I told him to drop it. He continued to run with the gun. And my son, he's calm. I was behind him, the two of them in my face. So I fired one shot. If you find 45 small. Okay. I fired one shot. So that's your gun? It's my gun. It's my concealed weapon. Okay. Right. Well, when did you fire a shot? Huh? But he said he's seen a gun. My son saw. I didn't see it initially. My son. So when I look at this.
So you recall much of that?
Yes, sir.
And that's accurately portrays what occurred?
Yes, sir.
And where were you in that video, just for the jury's benefit? Was that you on the right side of the screen?
Yeah, Deputy English was, that's the angle view. I was standing beside him on the right.
And during that period of time, when you walked up to participate in the interview, your body camera was activated and rolled?
Yes, sir.
And so, Your Honor, the second video, well, let's go ahead and offer that. Is our extracted evidence, or is it satisfied?
It's already in the state's for.
That's what I was thinking. All right.
Or it's for ID. So it's up here.
All right, I would offer then, it's been authenticated twice.
Any objection? There you go. All right, Investigator Carter's body cam footage will be admitted as defendant's for without objection.
Your Honor, I am told the video we just watched was already in as a state's exhibit.
That's correct.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. What we now, like, you have seen your body camera footage outside of the courtroom this morning, or today.
Yes, sir.
And so you authenticated it to me, and discussed with the solicitor's office that this is his body camera footage. And is it correct, investigator, that your body camera footage does not include a little bit of what we just saw, but it picks up in the middle of it and continues until the end of your interview with, or your interview of
Yes,
Mr. Chow?
Yes, sir.
All right, just so nobody's confused about what we're watching. So is it correct that what we're watching are two overlapping videos, two body camera videos, one of English, yours is the second one, of one continuous process of discussion with Mr. Chow. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But English departed at some point, and that's when you step up. So let's see that, Your Honor.
Let me, just before, we did talk about it, Sean. I just noted this is almost a 4-minute video. Are we playing the entire 4 minutes? No, that was not my understanding.
No, I think we're playing only, I don't know how long it goes, but we're playing only so much of the this body cam footage that is his interview with Mr. Chow. And I think that goes 4 minutes.
What will be admitted into evidence then, is my question, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, we'll stop it and redact it, but I thought we had done that. What? It's all his interview? Yes. Well, Your Honor, apparently this body camera footage of your interview with this gentleman is 4 minutes.
I'll stand ready as long as they can pause it.
Yeah.
Maybe just, I'm sorry, I hate it. Maybe just approach it really quickly. Sure.
All right, Investigator Carter, a little earlier we showed you out of the lobby the footage we're about to see. And it's only, all we're offering is your interview, your body camera footage of the balance of the interview with Mr. Chow. That's what you watched outside, right?
Yes, sir.
If we can begin.
So I fire one shot. You could fire 45 mine. So fire one shot.
So that's your gun?
It's my gun. It's my concealed weapon.
Okay. All right. Well, when did you fire a shot?
My son saw. I didn't see it initially. My son alerted me that he had a gun. So when I loaded his hand, he actually had a handgun in his hand. So as my son was trying to be worse when we got him to target, and he didn't fall.
So let's back up. So why did y'all chase him?
I told you, he shot 50 rounds. My son chased after him, and I followed him. So we went all the way down street here. Right about, I'm not sure about the train, which is he fell down. My son caught up to him. And then when we get up, he's not running, people do some hand damage. My son saw, he told me, yeah, he has a gun. Yeah, I stopped him. I heard it, I didn't feel it.
Mr. Carter, now we got some. Can you, gosh, I don't know that it's necessary, but it might be helpful. Do you mind stepping down for 1 second? I'll hand you the little pointer we've been using. The area that we were talking about at the beginning of your testimony, that this culvert where the backpack was found, State's Exhibit 1, can you point to that area where the culvert begins?
That's in this right here. Area.
And so as you testified before, the bag itself would have been, there's a hill there that would have been down the hill some distance.
Right, it's slanted over here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Have a seat. You can just put that up there. I don't think you need to be strapped in. You're comfortable up there without that seat belt there. All right, let's resume.
You want to get it? I can go with it. You want to get it? So, you put fingerprints on that because I actually move it away from him. I talk over him.
And what, caliber was that?
It's a 45. You're not a 45 kid. Okay, I'm shot. So, what we just... Okay. Shot it, my son ran up to me. I'm telling you the same story.
Yes.
We went down the street. On the way, we went to cross. I don't even know why we didn't. But he should focus somewhere around, I guess the drain bushes over there. He got to run. There was something yell. He got to go. So when I watched, there's that in his hand. No, I mean, I'm behind with my son. I mean, the gun is facing him. Did he survive? At least,
All right, Your Honor, this would be so, Your Honor, this has been properly authenticated. And is that your body camera footage?
Yes.
So it accurately reflects the conversation you had with Mr. Chow at the time?
Yes, sir.
So, Your Honor, we would offer this as a defense exhibit.
It's in evidence as for.
Well, I think the first thing that you ruled in evidence was was an excerpt of what is already in evidence as a state exhibit. This is a defense exhibit. This was not in evidence.
This is the defendant's exhibit 4, which is already admitted.
Okay. I missed that. All right.
I mean, you need to get up here and get it marked. Okay.
Okay, so it's been pretty, all right, thank you. Now, subsequent to that interview with Mr. Chow, did you have occasion to interview Andy Chow?
Yes.
All right. And that is also captured on your body camera?
Yes.
All right. And between the time that you interviewed and spoke with Mr. Chow and the time that you interviewed Andy Chow, which interview occurred first in time?
The interview with Mr. Chow.
And do you know what period of time later, how much time between the two interviews?
I couldn't tell you specific.
Did you notice they're talking with each other, getting together?
I did not.
And Your Honor, so you have viewed outside a few moments ago your interview of Andy Chow.
Yes, sir.
And did the interview on your body camera footage, that was your body camera footage, yes?
Yes, sir.
And was it accurate, complete, as far as you can tell?
Yes, sir.
Let me see that. And Your Honor, we intend to offer this. He's authenticated it. This is, I'm not sure where we are on defense exhibits 5. 7. That's why I went to law school. I'm not very good at numbers.
I am thoroughly confused.
Well, Your Honor, we want to approach it.
What number is this?
Well, this is 7. Defense 7. It is. This is the interview you have reviewed outside, which is your interview of Andy Chow, which is not an evidence that I know of. this be admitted as his body camera footage authenticated by him, and I'll be allowed to have it marked, and I'll be allowed to now publish it. Exhibiting it.
Any objection, Mr. Scott?
Just to be clear, what number is this one, Matt?
That's where I'm confused.
Yes. Number
5. I thought we were on 5.
That's what I
Someone
thought.
up there said 7.
How many?
No, just that picture down there. We're on number 7.
Okay.
No objection, what you're about to show is number 4. Put in.
I do not believe so.
4 was the one we just saw with Rex.
This one is a body camera of Mr. Carter that was not able to be introduced without his presence.
I understand. I'm just trying to figure out the number. Me too.
I'm told that by his team that is not that one.
So then this one's mislabeled.
All right, the one with Andy Chow was marked as 4 for ID purposes during Mr. Andy Chow's testimony.
Well, let's see if we can
Not
get
admitted.
this.
The video you're about to play is 7.
It's 7.
Okay.
I'm happy with 7, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be admitted that defendant 7 without objection.
Okay, John, without objection, number 7.
Okay, may we publish?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just want to go back through, again what happened.
So I was at the register. We were watching the back. I thought he had pocketed like a water or something. So we told him to take it out, and he just kept his hands in his pocket. So then after that, he started going out the door, and so we chased him. He threw stuff out at that corner there, and he was running back down this way. And then I caught up to him once, and then he kept going. He tripped right here, and then that's when I caught up to him, and where my dad is right there. I caught up to him like right here, like standing right next to him. Or not like standing, I was like running next to him, and that's when he had like pulled out the gun. And then I yelled gun, and I like backed up, I like stopped. And that's when my dad like was yelling, stop, drop it or something. And then that's when my dad, he didn't just drop it. So my dad shot him. And then he dropped to the floor. And he was like, holding his back or something. And then he had dropped the gun, so my dad had pushed it to that second tree over there. And then he was still on the floor conscious. And then we called 911. And around that time, that's when the people had come down that parking lot. And then the white woman, she was EMT, so she came and that's when we noticed he was unconscious. So then she did the tourniquet and was doing CPR. And so then I left because I heard the sirens. So I went down to the parking lot, and then they had started parking on the outside on Park Lane. So I was waving them to come down here. And then after everyone, most of the cars had come down here, I came back. And then you guys had already started putting up the tape. So then, I just didn't hear it this time. Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, come more formal statement about what happened. You check with the sergeant, and then.
All right. And so, other than when you left the scene that evening, you had no further involvement in this investigation, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anything on cross-examination?
No, sir.
All right, sir. You can step down. Thank you for being here.
No.
Yeah, we need that too. I think so.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Investigator Carr. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Shelby Bradwell. She's walking in on me.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Shelby, if you'll spell your last name for Madam Court Reporter for me, please.
Bradwell.
Now, Shelby, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I go over rules with everybody so we can understand and be on the same page, okay? And that's the first one. Madam Court Reporter is taking down every word that you're saying, so she cannot take things like and head shakes. Can we make sure we can speak loud and affirmatively so she can get down every word?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
fair? Number two, and that's the second one. She can't take when we talk over one another. So if you'll allow me to finish my question, I'll give you plenty of opportunity to answer the question. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And at some point in time, and she will tell you also, I've been known to speak way too fast, and sometimes it's hard to understand my questions. So if you don't understand it or don't ask understanding questions from anybody else, if you'll ask them to repeat, they'll repeat their question. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shelby, first of all, if you'll let this jury know who are you, where are you from, a little bit of your background. Just let them know who Shelby is.
I'm Shelby Bradwell. I'm originally from here. I am a deputy sheriff for Fairfield County.
And before that, what did you do?
Before becoming a deputy sheriff, I was an EMS student and I did security for a hospital.
And you were here under subpoena, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ever testified under oath before?
No.
So we'll do this together. Take your time and breathe, and we'll get through it. It won't take very long. Shelby, we have seen you on some of the body cam footages. Will you tell the jury about what you did, and you know what case we're here. So if you'll let the jury know, what did you do about the case that we're talking about today? What was your role?
So basically that day, I was a civilian and I stopped and provided CPR to Cyrus. Whenever I pulled up on scene, I noticed that there were 3 individuals. I pulled in the parking lot of an apartment complex right over there. I ran to where those 3 individuals were. I asked if help was needed. They stated yes.
Let me slow you down real quick. Using words like pronouns like they and so forth. Do you know who they were who asked that they needed help?
I asked Rick Chow and his son.
Did you know them before this?
No.
Were y'all personal friends or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
And so I got your testimony. You were just happened to be driving by?
Yes, sir.
And again, when you were driving by, what did you see?
I seen 3 individuals on the ground to my left.
Okay. And then that's when you stopped your vehicle?
That's correct.
And now let's go from there. And so what happened at that point in time?
Whenever I went over there, I asked Rick Chow and his son if they needed help. They stated yes. I then told them that I was the EMS student. Rick Chow's son, he moved out the way so I can get on the left side of Cyrus. I then checked for a pulse. I didn't feel a pulse. So I started doing chest compressions. And then as I was doing chest compressions, Rick Chow was doing mouth to mouth. And
this is something you were watching yourself, like the two of you were there?
Correct.
Was anyone else around the area while you were doing this that you saw?
I don't really remember. Okay. I was just focused like on Cyrus at the moment.
Okay, so go on.
As I was doing chest compressions, he was doing mouth to mouth. He was sucking the vomit out of Cyrus's mouth, and he was spitting it to the side of him.
Hold up. Let me go through that again with you. What do you mean he was sucking the vomit out of the young man's mouth?
Cyrus had vomit in his mouth and his airway, and he bent down and put his mouth over Cyrus's and was getting the throat out.
As he was doing the mouth resuscitation?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anyone do anything like that before?
No, sir.
Did this just happen one time?
No, he did it multiple times as I was compressing.
You ever seen anything like that?
No, sir.
Was he, from your impression, trying to save the young man's life at this point in time?
I think it's fair to say that.
Okay. And what happened then as he was doing this on multiple occasions?
He kept spitting it out, and then it was brought to my attention that Cyrus had been shot, and I didn't know where, so they rolled him over and they showed me his back, and I seen the entry wound, and whenever I seen it, I took my shirt off and I was going to apply a tourniquet. However, I then remembered that you can't apply a tourniquet to the abdomen area. So we just left my shirt be. We just left it up under him, rolled him back over, and I kept doing chest compressions.
Okay. And did you see during this time Mr. Chow having a conversation with his son or talking about getting their stories together or anything like that?
No, sir.
And so all you were able to witness is when you got there, Mr. Chow and his son there together.
That's correct.
And the older Chow was helping you perform mouth to mouth on the young man at the time?
That's correct.
And I want to make this clear. You're not saying he was clearing his airways or clearing the vomit out with his fingers and throwing it out. That's not what you saw.
No, he was using his mouth.
As he was doing the mouth to mouth resuscitation.
That's correct.
And so he was doing it, the vomit would come out, he'd spit it out and then go back and continue to do mouth resuscitation.
Yeah, he was, as I'm compressing, he was over Cyrus the entire time, like his mouth, and he was just sucking it and spitting it to the side.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so much.
Anything on cross-examination?
Ms. Bradwell, so it's true that you didn't actually see the shooting, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't see any of the events that led up to the chase, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there were 3 individuals at the scene when you got there, right?
That's correct.
One was the defendant, Rick Chow.
Correct.
And that was the one that shot Cyrus in the back.
I don't know if that's who shot him because I didn't see the shooting occur.
Okay. Did someone tell you that Cyrus was shot in the back?
Yes.
Did they tell you who?
Did they tell me who shot Cyrus or that Cyrus was shot?
Either one.
Just object because of the hearsay nature of confrontation, who shot.
Okay. And was one of the 3 individuals the kid Cyrus?
Yes.
Okay, one was Andy?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you talk to Andy on the scene?
When I first arrived, whenever I was asking, do they need help and stuff.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't know who told me that he was shot. They was just like, he was shot, and like I said, my main focus was Cyrus at the moment, so I don't know which one of them told me that.
Okay, so but you did talk to the younger child.
That's correct.
Okay. And was this when the little boy was still on the ground, laying on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. And had police arrived yet when you talked to Andy?
No.
Okay. When you talked to him before the police arrived, did he ever tell you that the victim pointed a gun at him?
No.
Did he ever tell you the victim pointed a gun at him minutes before that?
No, ma'am.
When they asked you to go help the little boy that was shot on the ground, did Andy ever tell you, be careful when you go over there because the kid just pointed a gun at me and tried to shoot me?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Redirect, just briefly, very briefly. You weren't there as a police officer, correct?
That's correct.
Weren't investigating?
That's correct.
Weren't interviewing anybody?
That's correct.
You were just there as actually a concerned citizen?
Correct.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time, Shelby.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, step down, man. Thanks for being here. Take a break. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. I got a matter of law I need to take care of, and we'll be back with you as quick as we can. Again, don't stress the case. Okay, is Mr. Chow going to?
Can I just confer with him a moment?
Yeah.
All right. No.
Yes, sir. Is Mr. Chow going to testify? Are you planning to testify in your own defense, Mr. Chow?
No, I don't.
Okay, very good. All right, anything else from the defense?
No, just other than what I discussed with you before.
Okay, and so the defense rests?
Yes, defense will rest at this point in time.
Okay, is there going to be any reply from the state?
No, sir, I don't believe we have any reply.
Okay, well, if there's nothing further, obviously not going to try to argue in charge today. Why don't I, if y'all have no objection, I'll just go back there and release the jury for today. You need to rest on the record, that's right.
No, I don't need the rest. I mean, the defense rests. I mean, did you want me to do it in front of the jury, or I don't?
Let's do it in front of the jury, just to be safe, to make sure proper procedure is followed. All right, Mr. Colbert, bring him in, please.
seeing that, just again, the nature of the matter that we're dealing with right now, just the normal admonitions to the jury about the scene and social media and all the other stuff, and just reiterating that so we can keep them as pure as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
Judge present, John.
Thank you, Mr. Colbert. Anything else from the defense?
Your Honor, after reviewing all of the evidence presented by the defense, speaking with co-counsel as well as Mr. Chow, at this point in time, the defense choose the rest of the case.
Very good. State gonna have anything in reply?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all the evidence in the case. It is 3:20 on a Friday, and we still have some legal stuff to do. Believe it or not, they probably won't agree on the law that I'm gonna have to charge you on, so we're gonna have a charge conference that may be rather lengthy, and I'm not going to take the chance of y'all getting this case at 5:30 or 6 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. So, I'm gonna excuse you for the weekend. Again, don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves, your family. Don't do any research. Stay away from any media coverage of the case. Don't do any, again, research on your own, like going to the scene or anything like that. We want you to come back in Monday, fresh and with an open mind, and we'll have all our legal stuff ironed out, and we'll hear closing arguments, and it'll be your turn to get to work. So, with that being said, enjoy your weekend. But again, just stay away from social media, any media. I don't want anybody to be in any way tainted when you come back on Monday. Also, nobody is entitled to get sick over the weekend. We can't afford to lose any more children. Just kidding. But anything else from the defense?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chow.
Solicitor?
Nothing on the state, Your Honor.
All right, y'all have a good weekend, and we will see you Monday morning at 9:30. All right, I guess we need to talk about the charge.
Judge,
Yeah, probably right.
Judge, we could review our motion for direct verdict. You want to do that now?
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
Judge, renew the motion for direct verdict made at the conclusion of the state's case. Ask you to incorporate the comments and arguments that were made at that time and renew them.
Okay, I'll note that for the record, and for the same reasons that closed the state's case. All right, so we need to talk about the charge. Obviously, there would be a charge of murder. Is there going to be any necessary includeds requested?
Your Honor, this time, well, I didn't. Can you hold on? Judge, can you hold on?
Yeah, y'all, let's take about a 10 or 15 minute break. You want to do that? All right, we're going to be at ease for about 10 or 15 minutes. Y'all just consider lessers, what defenses are, the couple areas where the two sides normally disagree.
Yes,
And then we'll go from there.
I'm sure we'll disagree.
I would expect nothing less. Good Lord. All right, we'll be at ease. Report.
Thank you.
All right, so you are watching the murder trial of Rick Chow. We are in a brief recess right now. I'm being joined by criminal defense attorney Lacey Thompson, and they're talking about charging the jury here. The state and the defense, they have both rested their cases now. The judge is asking for a charge in this case. He said, obviously, I heard him say murder is still there. Are any other charges to be considered? What would that other charge be?
So you're going to have your standard reasonable doubt, right? So every criminal case, it is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What is reasonable doubt? There are certain cases where the state prefers that instruction to say it is not beyond all doubt, right? Proof beyond reasonable doubt isn't all doubt. So that is typically what the state asks the judge read. And the defense's preference to that, it is a type of doubt that causes you to hesitate to act. And so, you know, if you're the defense attorney using that charge, you're going to say, you know, if you're watching this and you hesitate to act because of malice with the fact that Rick Chow was, you know, giving CPR and helping with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you must find him not guilty. And so they're definitely going to want that charge in there. Typically, I will tell you, the judge reads both, like whatever the state prefers on reasonable doubt and the defense, he reads both together. You are going to hear charges on witness credibility, how to figure out witness credibility, you know, and you can choose to believe part of someone's testimony or nothing at all. They get that option, each juror. So there's going to be a charge on that part. We are going to, of course, have a charge on murder and what the elements of murder are, premeditated with malice aforethought. You're going to hear that. So I think those are your standard jury charges. He may give some jury charges on what is direct evidence, what is circumstantial evidence, those type of charges too. What I am curious to see is kind of what we were chatting about before, you know, the trial came back on, is whether there will be a charge on voluntary manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter. I don't know. I'm very curious at this point. Typically, if you're asking for a lesser included offense, it is a request from the defense side. Right. And then, of course, the state could object to that lesser included. I've had the state request a lesser included themselves. Usually the judge, in my case, the judge didn't allow it. They said, you've made your case on this. This is what you brought forward to me. If the defense doesn't want it, I'm not, you know, giving that charge. So I think I'm curious to see if that charge is going to be in there, if the defense wants that charge or not.
Rick Chow did not testify. He told the judge he did not want to take the stand in his own defense, but Rick Chow's story still got in this afternoon in front of the jury by way of these body cameras that were presented into evidence today.
Yes, and I was kind of surprised by that. I had said earlier I didn't think there were any more fact witnesses, and that is what they had. They had 2 more fact witnesses, no expert testimony, and they were able to get Rick Chow's story in without putting him on the stand subject to cross-examination. Very crafty. They called Deputy Carter to the stand to say, yes, I had my body cam. This is authentic his body cam, and then they can play his body cam, and you hear Rick Chow tell him what happened. So we did hear Rick Chow say that there was a gun, that Cyrus pointed it at his son, and he told him to put the gun down and then discharge his firearm. So it was a very crafty way that they got his statement in without subjecting him to cross-examination by one of the prosecutors.
3 years since this happened, and for the first time I heard the name Shelby Bradwell today. The testimony from the former EMS student who is now with the, I believe she said, Fairfield County Sheriff's Department. Incredible testimony from her saying that Rick Chow, who shot the young man, was actually giving him mouth-to-mouth and spitting vomit out in order to get that job done.
Yes, I thought that was very helpful for the defense. Cross-examination this morning of Andy, I think, really hurt the defense, but that was very powerful, very impactful, and I think it was a very smart move to end with her, because they are ending where you have Rick Chow doing, you know, these incredible life-saving measures when he's charged with murdering this kid, this 14-year-old. So I definitely think it was a very smart, strategic move by the defense to put her on, and she was very credible. I think the jury probably believed everything she said, but I it'll be up to the jury if that is, comes into mind when determining the malice part of it.
Inside the courtroom right now, I'm not sure if we can see this on the air, but Jack Swerling, the lead defense attorney there, is sitting there along with Joe McCullough, and they're talking to Rick Chow right now. What's that conversation about at the moment?
I would suspect it's about the manslaughter charge, and talking to him about requesting a voluntary manslaughter charge. So the sentencing is vastly different with murder and voluntary manslaughter. Murder carries a mandatory minimum of 30 years. I believe voluntary is 2 to 30, so a mandatory minimum of 2 years up to 30. I believe it's somewhere in there. Right. And so I would believe that they're talking to him about that, because they may not feel as confident that they can get an acquittal on that murder charge, but it may be helpful to put that in. Or do you gamble it? Do you risk it all and give just the murder charge and hope that they can't find that malice premeditated element that the state has to prove because of the life-saving measures?
I want to go back to this morning, the testimony of Andy Chow, the son in this case. For those who may be just tuning in, he was the very first defense witness, one of only 3 defense witnesses before they rested their case. Andy Chow, though, was there when all of this happened. He was a part of the chase of the young man outside the convenience store. He was there when the incident happened. What stood out about his testimony today to you?
It did seem consistent with what he said that night, but some of the things that he testified to that are true helped the state. He was not shoplifting, and he did choose to chase him out of the store suspecting he shoplifted a bottle of water that cost $1. And so while I do think they got the points that they wanted in, the defense did, with him testifying that Cyrus had a gun and pointed it at him, and only then is their theory of the case that Rick Chow discharged his firearm. So they got those points in, but he was hit very hard with cross-examination. I will say this on Dale. I thought he had a very good cross-examination, but I thought it was absolutely horrible when he said, "Your first language is English, right?" That was terrible. That was unnecessary, racist. Absolutely. So I think he had 2 things that hurt him in this great cross-examination. It would have been great except for that, and then the screaming at him at the end. So I think those 2 things kind of helped the defense and hurt the state, and the state didn't need to do those things. They had so much information they were getting out of Andy Chow, and that was just unnecessary.
While we were chatting just a moment ago, Rick Chow came back into the courtroom in handcuffs, and he is now sitting right between Joe McCullough and Jack Swerling as we await the judge to come back in the next 10 minutes or so to begin debating, charging the jury in this case. I want to talk about the gun in this case, because there seems to be a lot of chatter about that. Did this young man have a gun? Did he present a handgun? So if you can, for our viewers who are just tuning in, did Cyrus Carmack-Belton have a handgun in that convenience store?
Absolutely. He did have a handgun. So there was evidence that they did DNA test the gun that was found at the scene, and the DNA came back to Cyrus. And so it has been substantiated clearly that he had a firearm. It is not clear where it was. Right. It looked to me like it was in his hoodie pocket. And the reason I think it was in his hoodie pocket is because when they accused him of stealing the water bottle at the end of that surveillance footage, he has his hand in his pocket and he shakes it. He never takes his hand out. And so for me, I believe in that situation, I would have put my hands out and shaken my pocket like there's nothing in there. Right. So the fact that he did that, and then they also brought in on Andy Chow's cross-examination, what does that look like to you in his pocket? Do you not see like something black? I think even the state believes that it was in his hoodie.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's got a handgun, but from what we've been told, from what we've heard, he never presented it and he never pointed it, correct?
That is the question for the jury. So the state's theory of the case is that Andy and Rick Chow were chasing him because they thought he shoplifted, and he fell to the ground and that is when Rick Chow discharged his firearm and shot him for shoplifting. That's the state's theory of the case. Now, the defense's theory is what Andy Chow did say at the scene that night, as did Rick Chow, is that he had a gun, he fell, he pointed the gun at Andy Chow. Rick Chow said, put the gun down, and when he didn't, shot Cyrus in defense of his son.
However, the autopsy shows that the young man was shot in the back.
Yes, so we got introduced to this interesting triangle theory for the defense. And so what the defense's theory, of course, is defense of others. And we'll have a jury charge on that. I forgot to mention that earlier. So what the testimony is that, from the defense anyways, from Andy Chow, is that when Andy saw the gun, he backed away, kind of like over here, and then as Rick Chow comes up, the gun is facing him, but it is to where Rick Chow would discharge in the back still, even with the gun aimed at Andy. So I think that's the only theory they could come up with and present that matches the forensic pathologist.
As a criminal defense attorney, what would you be arguing in front of the jury come Monday morning? What would you tell the jury if you were defending this man on this murder charge?
Yeah. He sucked vomit out of his mouth multiple times. Multiple times. He's trying to help with chest compressions. He only shot one time. How do we have malice aforethought? You know, a lack of regard for human life when Rick Chow is on the ground sucking vomit out of his mouth, someone he doesn't even know. That's where I would start.
Is it a big gamble here if defense attorneys just, it's all or nothing, either he's guilty of murder or he's not? Is that a big gamble here?
I think so. I'm struggling to see an absolute acquittal here. So I do think it's a huge gamble. I get why they may not do it. It is clearly that last witness and those life-saving measures, I believe, if they do gamble that, but I do think it's a strong gamble if they choose to do that.
Is this open and shut, you think, as a criminal defense attorney?
Absolutely not. This is such a gray area. You know, when we a lot of us grow up watching true crime, you know, all these shows, cop shows, Law and Order SV is one of my favorites. And when we think of murder, it is a planned, plotted thing, somebody wants to do. And I don't think this is a case, I don't think anybody thinks this is a case where Rick Chow woke up this morning wanting to kill someone, wanting to harm someone, much less a 14-year-old. This was very much in the heat of the moment. Things escalated. No, they shouldn't have. Life is hard and life is gray. Criminal law is very gray, and I think this case is a perfect example of that gray area.
So why not testify? Why not get on the stand and tell your story in front of the jury?
That was easily answered here. Andy Chow, he was on the stand for almost 3 hours. Half of that, if not more, he was on the stand for cross-examination. And you get very nervous. Like, you've been doing this for a very long time. I've been a defense attorney, prior broadcast journalism. I'm used to improv. I know how to answer questions on the fly. It's in my training, as it is yours. Anybody on the witness stand, a lay witness, they aren't used to that.
I'm sorry, I'm getting some instructions live on the air. What are we doing? We see the state and the defense back in, but we do not see the judge back on the bench just yet. As soon as we see him walk in, we'll pitch back to the courtroom. Is today's testimony, is Andy Chow's testimony the most dynamic testimony so far in the trial that you've heard?
Probably, and like I said, he was on the stand, I think, longer than any other witness. I missed a little bit of Tuesday. I had to get summaries of that, but I think he was on the stand the longest. But honestly, I have to say, I think the most helpful and impactful witness for the defense was that last witness, and we didn't expect her, but she did great on the stand, and it was just enough information, I think, to really help the defense.
Shelby Bradwell, I believe, is the
Yes.
person that you're talking to, the former EMS medical student who is now with the Fairfield County Sheriff's Department, testifying that she just happened to be in the area. She got out of her vehicle to assist with whatever was going on, trying to help save the life of Cyrus Carmack-Belton that day, almost 3 years ago yesterday, I think, was when all of this happened. But yeah, in the years since the case has happened, this is the first time I heard of an EMS student being there trying to help.
They did allude to her earlier. I can't remember what witness it was, but it might have been Andy, that somebody stopped. They were with EMS or something, but had stopped and tried to assist and helped with CPR compressions. But we didn't hear her name. We didn't know if they took note of her being there as a witness. He must have been a report.
And the judge is coming back in the courtroom. We're going to listen in live as we find out what charge the jury will get.
I know it. Would it be easier for us to just go through and tell you what we have?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we're still talking about that, you can talk about the others.
Your Honor, obviously, we're prepared to hear from you, but there is a consultation over here that really can't occur anywhere else. You go back.
They had to take him downstairs to go to the bathroom, so we haven't really talked to him.
Oh, okay.
That was the problem.
Okay.
Not
Can you
me.
give me a few more minutes?
Yes,
You want a few more
please.
minutes?
Pardon?
You want a few more minutes?
Yeah, I'm one or two issues.
Well, I imagine I know what it is, so, take all the time you need.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, we'll give you that.
Yeah, that's all we need.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll be in.
Just, can his wife come over here and talk? Okay.
All right, so another brief break here. They came back, but as it turns out, Rick Chow, had to go use the restroom, and the attorneys, Jack Swerling, Joe McCullough, they said they didn't really have enough time to chat with him, with their client, as to what he wants them to do.
Yeah, and I think, like we discussed earlier, it could very well be that manslaughter, and if he wants to put that on the table as an option for the jury, because I do think they could very well come back with a guilty verdict on that, so it is a risk for the defense as well. But the sentencing range is much better than murder.
Criminal defense attorney Lacey Thompson joining us now with her expertise on this. To our viewers at home, explain the difference here. I know you mentioned it a moment ago, but if the jury is given a choice, he's guilty of murder or he could be found guilty of a lesser charge, and you're talking about manslaughter. I've heard of involuntary manslaughter and voluntary manslaughter. What's the difference in all of this?
So I think here is more likely the voluntary manslaughter. So voluntary manslaughter is an intentional killing. Involuntary is unintentional, which I guess you could argue that too because it was just one shot. But I think here more so the voluntary manslaughter. So voluntary manslaughter is going to be the intentional killing in the heat of the moment, heat of passion, essentially is what we hear sometimes in the legal world. But it's without that malice or forethought. So I believe they can come to that conclusion with what we've heard, because then they can kind of combine the state and defense's theory in that that he did intentionally kill him, but it was in the heat of the moment. There was no malice or forethought or disregard for human life, that this just happened very quick, very fast, but it still was intentional. I think they can combine it, because they can say, no, he shouldn't have had a gun, that Cyrus should not have had a gun at 14 years old, and clearly it was out at some point. They found it out. But at the same time, the Chows, both Rick and Andy, should not have chased him over a $1 bottle of water, not wine, see what's on my mind on a Friday, but should not have chased him for a $1 bottle of water. So they can kind of combine and meet in the middle, essentially, for that voluntary, I think.
The jury could also convict on the murder charge, though.
They could, if they do not believe that. So one of the jury charges I didn't mention earlier was the defense of others, right? And one thing in self-defense and defense of others is the other person, and Judge Heath Taylor hinted at this earlier this morning, the person as well as yourself, can't bring about the difficulty. So I imagine there's going to be some type of charge on that. There will be a charge on self-defense for sure, and I think that the state is going to request that it be read to the jury that to get self-defense you can't bring about the difficulty, and that the other person you're defending also can't bring about the difficulty. So if that is read to the jury, they can absolutely believe that Andy Chow and Rick Chow brought on the difficulty themselves because they chose to chase Cyrus out of the store over an item that costs $1, chase him almost 150 yards, and then Rick Chow discharged his firearms. So I do think there is enough for them to come back on murder, especially if they get those charges in.
The stand your ground law in this state, that doesn't apply here, does it?
So they've already had a stand your ground hearing. So it does, the judge said it doesn't apply, right? So the defense argued that it did apply. They did have a stand your ground. It might have been earlier this year or last year, but they did have a stand your ground hearing. They said that Rick Chow was immune from prosecution. The state disagreed, and the judge did decide with the state that that he was not immune from prosecution. But just because you lose stand your ground doesn't mean it's not self-defense.
I'm watching Jack Swirling now, the criminal defense attorney for Rick Chow, having a pretty intense conversation with his client, and I'm thinking that is Rick Chow's wife next to him right now. I believe, if I remember correctly, wasn't there video that was presented yesterday that actually showed her in the store as well?
Yes, and I think Rick Chow chased after or with Andy at her direction. She said something, and if I recall correctly, he looked back at her before continuing on with Andy. And again, this all happened so fast. I mean, Cyrus is in the store and they are gone out of the store in 2.5 minutes. So very fast, which is, again, comes back to that voluntary manslaughter in the heat of the moment, not that premeditation like you expect with murder. But yeah, so she said something. She was the one that said something to Cyrus about putting his backpack down. It appeared that she was following him in the store. And then I think she's the one that pointed out to her son that he may have taken a bottle of water. But it did seem something was said at her direction when they left the store.
We talk about malice and forethought, and the defense, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the defense has all of this surveillance tape, the state and the defense, where it's a pretty sophisticated surveillance system inside that store. So they being the Chows, they knew who Cyrus Carmack-Belton was when he walked into the store, correct?
I don't think that was established. It was established they did have very high-tech like facial recognition. They had facial recognition software, which I don't think we expect to see in a convenience store. Of course, we expect camera footage, right? Surveillance camera, your typical, so you can rewind, fast forward, check for shoplifters or, something outside. My mom worked at a gas station my whole life, retired as a manager, and so she would have to go through that footage. So we expect that, but it did come in the facial recognition. I don't know if they knew Cyrus. That wasn't clear that they had known him or that he was not on the wall of shame, as they call it. There are pictures of, prior shoplifters. Cyrus was not on there. So I don't think they were familiar with him. And in the cross-examination, one thing Dale brought up was, he's like, you wouldn't put me on the wall of shame, would you? And I think he was hinting towards the stereotypes and saying that the Chow stereotyped Cyrus as he came into the store. But I don't think he was in there, but it is very interesting, and the state pointed that out, that they had facial recognition, software for a convenience store, which is, pretty expensive, I would imagine, for the convenience store to have that, and for what purpose? There's not high valuable items in that store.
Again, looking live inside the courtroom right now at Jack Swirling and at Joe McCullough as they continue to have this conversation with Rick Chow and his wife. The conversation is probably going, what? Okay, we can just let the jury decide murder or an acquittal, or we could give them another choice. Is that probably what's being discussed right now?
I think so, and I think they're probably saying if we give them another choice, we do believe they're going to come back with a verdict of guilty on something. And so is that something that you're okay with? and what do you want to do. So we do have to take into consideration our clients' wants and wishes as well. And sometimes, we have to have those hard conversations, that, these things may hurt you. You could go away 30 years to life, but we could give you some life after if we introduce this other charge, which doesn't carry as much time.
Right, and again, they could charge the jury and say you can consider murder, you can consider manslaughter, and they could still convict a murder. I mean, it depends on what the jury decides the evidence is in this case.
Absolutely. They could absolutely give the voluntary manslaughter jury charge, but yet they still find him guilty on murder. If they do not believe that Cyrus pointed a weapon at Andy Chow, if they discredit that part of his testimony completely, and think that they just gunned him down over shoplifting a water bottle, then I believe that if that is their thought, they will come back with a guilty verdict on murder.
Has any family members of, did any family members of Cyrus Carmack-Belton testify in this case?
No, I don't think any of his family members were at the incident location, so I don't know if they could offer anything that would be relevant to the trial purposes. But if there is a guilty verdict for murder, manslaughter, whatever charges come in, if they come back on, they will be able to be heard in the sentencing phase. So I would imagine if there is a guilty verdict of some sorts, they will be heard as far as that goes when we get there, if we get there.
The jury's already gone home for the weekend. It is a Friday afternoon. It's pushing 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Is that unusual for a judge in a trial like this to send a jury home once the defense has rested their case?
I don't know. I get it. I have seen other judges do it, but I've also seen judges, closing and at 5, 6 o'clock on a Friday and keeping the jury there till 11 p.m. midnight until you get a verdict. And the reason is kind of what Judge Taylor was saying at the end, stay off social media. You're asking 15 people in 2026 to stay off Facebook and Instagram, X, Twitter, all of that. I think I just don't think that's going to happen. So it's definitely a risk and a gamble of tainting your jury by letting them go on a Friday, and now they have, all day today, Saturday, Sunday, where they're expected to stay off the news and social media. And the biggest thing is, like I said, social media. So I get why he did it. Nobody wants to be there late on a Friday, but in today's world with access to we have a computer in our hand every day. Almost everybody does. It's, I don't think 15 people are going to do that.
Yeah, I can remember covering court cases back in the 90s, and I'm dating myself a little bit here, but I can remember covering a trial all week long, and it would be a Friday, and they would keep the jury there until very late at night. If there was no verdict, first thing on Saturday morning, came right back.
Yeah, and I've been in the parking lot after a trial before, and it's nighttime, so I've been there as well, and I think it's just up to each judge, but it's risky. It's risky to send them home, especially over a weekend. It would make more sense to me if it was a Thursday, and honestly, with Memorial Day, they should have picked another week to have this trial, had 5 full days to not run this risk, because this is all going to go into an appeal. If they come back with a guilty verdict, I think one of the first things the jurors are going to do is go and talk to, or the defense attorneys are going to do, they're going to go talk to the jurors if they're willing to talk to them. And if they hear of any jury tampering, well, guess what? We just got a new trial on with the Murdoch case. Why was it? Tampering with the jury. So if a juror has gone on social media and said it did affect their decision making, now you're looking at grounds for appeal, on down the road possible retrial, and all of those things. So it was risky for the judge to do that. I think they probably should not have had this case go to trial this week. There's so many other matters in Richland County. They're very backlogged. Yeah. So many things could have gone 2-3 day trials. I do think it was a mistake on everybody who had anything to do with setting it this week to put it on a 4-day week. This needed to be a 5-day, back-to-back consecutive day trial week.
All right. This is live TV. Our executive producer, you want me to go back to the courtroom now?
Yeah, let's just listen in.
All right, we're going to go back to the courtroom and listen in as the defense attorneys continue their chat with their client, Rick Chow, on what he wants them to do as far as asking for a charge for the jury. So let's go back inside the courtroom.
All right, I guess the principal issue would be whether or not any lesser included to murder are charged.
Judge, we're not asking for any lesser included offense, and we've discussed that with Mr. Chow, and he's in agreement.
You have to see Mr. Chow. Do you have any position on that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so other stuff I have in here, of course, standard stuff at the front, duty to jury and judge, charge, arrest, indictment, not evidence, presumption of innocence, reasonable doubt, definition, credibility of witnesses, charge, prior inconsistent statement, charge, definition of intent, charge, direct and circumstantial evidence, definitions, expert witnesses, failure of the defendant to testify, charge, and of course, murder. After murder, I have defense of others. I'm assuming what y'all want to charge.
Yeah, John, Mr. Wilson's talking about.
The charge that was in the standard book, our standard charges that have been handed down over the years, I did not find to be adequate. So I have significantly altered it because it didn't, number one, for whatever reason, maybe it's so old and doesn't get used a lot, it didn't incorporate that the state has the burden of disproving self-defense. So I put that in for my new self-defense charge, modified a few things. But of course, we will send it to you, but I incorporated that.
Your Honor, I said in the entirety of that charge, you'll make adjustments for defense and others and self-defense so that we don't get them.
You want, we can send it to you.
I was about to ask if you could just send us.
Why don't we send you that section, and if we need to talk through some stuff on that, we can do that.
But also, my curiosity always eats me up on your choice of reasonable doubt. So could you send it? Is it
we'll send you
hesitation
the
to act, or is it?
It has both in there.
All right, thank you.
It's the standard one. I know it would be the same thing we used 3 years ago.
Yes.
Jack has used several times since.
No, I know we know what your charge is.
After that, and there may be some stuff y'all want to add to the defense of others.
Well, I think we do. Ms. Wilson looked through some charges that have been given in other cases. You want to do anything?
He's going to send it to you.
Is there something? Basically, the way I did, I described defense of others as it was in the other one, and then I went through each individual element of self-defense like I typically do in self-defense cases. Added in at the end, after duty to retreat, added in which is normally in a self-defense charge, the relative size, age, weight to the parties may be considered in deciding the parent on actual need of force in defense of others and the amount of force needed. Then the next part of that is the exact calculation as the degree of force which may be needed, all that stuff. I don't know if y'all want into anything else. Now, this charge, all right, voluntary is out. After that, there's an approximate cause charge, which is my standard one, and that's it. Y'all have any?
Judge, we
Right
also,
to act on appearances, Your Honor, is that-
Yep, it's in there.
and also,
It is in the reasonable belief, I believe, portion.
Does yours include the mistake?
Yep,
All right.
I believe it's in there. Yep, y'all should have it by email now.
All right, very good.
also increased risk of harm in the duty to retrieve?
No duty to retrieve if it increases your risk. That's what, you talked, Ms. Wilson's talking.
Yeah, defendant had no duty to retreat if by doing so the danger to the person defendant of being killed or suffering serious bodily injury would increase.
Okay, and we would ask for a sympathy charge.
What charge?
That a verdict in this case cannot be based upon sympathy, passion, prejudice, or.
It's in there, it's in everyone.
Okay, thank you.
It's in at the end. Anything special the state wants?
I found what you were talking about earlier, that person being defended had the right of self-defense, or for them to have the right of self-defense. It must be shown that the person being defended and the defendant were both without fault in bringing on.
I have that in there.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't have my email with me, but only other one that comes to mind, this is from Bixby. And I don't think it's typically a problem, but I don't know if your charge includes it. It stands for the proposition, the burden of the state is carried by disproving any one of the four elements beyond a reasonable doubt. That's out of Bixby, which is 388 SC 528. That's that capital case out of Abbeville. I think this is a total opinion, but we all know that to be the law. Sometimes it's argued differently, but that says that is a proper jury charge. Actually, it says a jury charge on the issue should state the state has the burden of disproving self-defense, and this burden is carried by disproving any one of the four elements by proof beyond reasonable doubt.
Any objection to that?
Judge, I want to read that case again. I do have some trouble about it, isolating that they have to only disprove one of the elements of self-defense. But I'd like to read that case again.
I mean, well, that's definitely the law.
Yeah, I just, it's the way it's worded. And I'd just like to read the case again if it's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't, and Jack, you were involved with that case, weren't you? I've got the,
It was my case? That's why I want to read it again.
just
couple more things from the defense, Your Honor. Yeah, go ahead. All right, Your Honor, two things. Under Nichols, there is, State versus Nichols, there's some language about the ability of the person confronted with harm to act. It may be in your appearances charge, but since we haven't had a chance to read it, we don't know. So I would beg your indulgence to give us, not right now, but we will get an email off to Rebecca tomorrow.
What's the language you're looking for?
Well, it is language that the defendant does not have to wait for the victim to fire or aim, or even aim before acting in self-defense or defense of others in this kind of a situation. So we think that's the law. It sometimes appears.
I have the sentence, the defendant does not have to wait until the victim inflicts harm on the person defended.
All right,
The defendant has the right to act under the law of self-defense, or should be.
And that's in your appearances charge. All right,
Yes.
Your Honor, that would satisfy that.
Prevent the victim from inflicting harm on the person defended.
Thank you. Second and last, I think, is we are considering a request for an instruction under 16-13-140. And it's in the criminal code. It relates to what's called the shoplifter defense. Shopkeeper defense,
I looked at that, and it
shopkeeper.
seemed isn't that more of a civil defense? Like
Your
you're
Honor,
sued for detaining somebody?
It says in a proceeding, and it affords a civil, an immunity in a civil case where one is sued for acting unreasonably. But we think it is applicable, perhaps, any action.
Says in an action brought by reason of having been delayed by a merchant or merchant's employees or agent on or near the premises of mercantile establishment for the purpose of investigation concerning ownership of the merchandise shall be a defense if the person is delayed in a reasonable manner, for reasonable time, reasonable cause exists to believe the person delayed had committed the crime of shoplifting. It says in an action, which I think, when I read it the first time off the cuff, thought it meant a civil action.
Your Honor, in the infinite wisdom of our legislature, they didn't clarify that. So I'm not certain, and I was not able yet to find a case that tells me that that is solely relegated to the civil side. We would like your permission to consider it a little bit further, do a little more research, submit proposed charge over the weekend, hopefully tomorrow, and we can take it up very briefly on Monday. But it does relate, Your Honor, in a fashion to the circumstances here. And that is, even if only a civil matter, it is a recognition that a shopkeeper confronted with a set of facts would be reasonably able to detain, and implicit in that is the reasonable pursuit of a person under the circumstances. And so, of course, the arguments in this case will turn on the reasonableness of this pursuit, which the state will call a chase, which we have called, and Mr. Chow called, following. So we think that we'd like to ask your permission to submit something to you, and we'll deal with it expeditiously on Monday morning.
Okay.
Monday morning.
What's the state's position on that?
Completely object to that. It's completely inapplicable to the fact patterns of this case, and I don't think it's a criminal defense.
Well, I'm not sure I do either, but I'm certainly not going to preclude the defense from at least looking into it and submitting something.
Thank you.
It does mention, detained or delayed on the premises. And,
Actually, on is near, I think, but the legislature, again, didn't define near.
Just as, so we can all remember what's fresh in our mind, there has been absolutely no testimony about any intent to detain anybody. The very best it was to follow and to find out the direction
where he was going.
Yeah.
It's
Maybe you don't have it in a motion or
pretty
something.
fallow ground, I must say, but I'd like a little further opportunity to look into it. We'll get you something tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm not gonna look at it.
Well, then I won't rush, but I'll get it to you no later than, I mean, it won't be Monday morning, I'll get it to you.
Yeah, Sunday evening will be fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, most of, all the reported cases, I think, are all civil cases. All right, anything else?
I would say, Your Honor, we will be looking over the material.
There's one thing about the right not to testify, they can't consider it. You know, there's a line in there that I always object to, about the constitutional right not to testify. It always sounds like a mob thing. I think Dale knows. It's just that one line about asserting a constitutional right. It sounds like something they would say in front of a Senate committee investigating a mob. I think you took it out in the Harmon case.
I don't have any objections. You know, the sentence, the defendant has the constitutional right to remain silent, and the assertion of this right must not be considered by you in your deliberation.
About the constitutional right to remain silent, that's what I object to.
You just wanted to say the right to remain silent.
I don't even know what the right to remain
What order you want?
The right to remain silent is the part that I have a problem with, because the rest of the charge, I think, makes it very clear they're not allowed to discuss it. Or bring it up in the jury room. There's something I've objected to in probably 50 cases.
Well, should I say then the defendant's failure to testify
Cannot be considered or discussed.
must not be considered
Correct.
by you in your deliberation? Searched out constitutional right to remain silent and the assertion of his right?
Constitutional right to remain silent, the part that
Okay.
because it sounds to me like they're invoking the Fifth Amendment, which I don't like.
You want that whole sentence out?
Pardon?
You want that whole sentence taken out?
Right to remain, constitutional right to remain silent.
Well, the whole sentence is the defendant has the constitutional right to remain silent, and the assertion of this right must not be considered by you in your deliberation.
Well, if you pick up and just say that the fact that the defendant does not testify, the rest of your charge on that cannot be considered in any
The
way.
two sentences before that, that defendant does not testify is not effective to be considered by you in any way in your deliberation and in your consideration of the question of guilt or innocence of the defendant. It must not be considered by you in any manner whatsoever.
That's acceptable right there.
All right, so we'll take that. We'll take the whole sentence out. Is taking any wrong with that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It said, it said in there like 3 times.
Yes, to be on behalf of Lucky Luciano, we would appreciate it.
No, just being clear, I mean, Jack said he didn't like the Fifth Amendment.
Swirling is on the record.
I think I'm going to change that. I like it, but I have to invoke it.
Just to say it, lots of folks have the right to remain silent, just not the ability.
I'm going to be silent by my age.
All right, well, if that's all we have, we will see y'all Monday morning.
I sent another version that didn't include what we just said. It included everything else.
All right, it looks like everything is wrapped up inside the courtroom, and everybody's going to come back first thing Monday morning, bright and early at 9:30. As we look at the defendant in court there, Rick Chow, they're putting the handcuffs back on him. He'll go back to jail for the weekend, and then come Monday morning, closing arguments will happen in this case. Well, we think they'll be Monday morning. They have to charge the jury first. Our criminal defense experts, Dane Phillips, has joined us now along with Lacey Thompson. All right, so Lacey, we were talking before this started about would Rick Chow's attorneys talk with their client and ask the jury to consider a manslaughter charge. That's not happening.
No, so we definitely saw that they were having deep conversations, and we assumed that's what it was about, and it's definitely true. That is exactly what they were talking to him about, was whether or not to request that jury charge on either voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. And the first thing we heard when the judge took the bench and started to go over jury charges was that they are not requesting any lesser included jury charge.
Are you surprised by that?
I know we chatted. You're not. I kind of am. I've seen, both of us have seen juries do some wild things. I think I would be a little more cautious. I think I probably would encourage it after seeing everything that transpired this week. But I certainly understand why the defense did it. All or nothing. If they can get just, like I said earlier, one juror, if one juror sees that this, believes this is self-defense of others, then, it's not an acquittal. It's not a guilty verdict. It's not guilty. It'll be a mistrial.
All right, Dane, let's talk about this on your perspective. You think it was the right call just to go with either guilty of murder or self-defense here? Explain.
100%. All or nothing. This is such a emotionally charged case where I felt like this is kind of a hung jury type case from the beginning, that you're going to have some jurors who are deeply rooted in their belief one way or the other. And so when you have that type of case, when you have lesser included offenses like a manslaughter and you go hours into deliberation, you get compromised verdicts where both sides get together and they're not agreeing on the murder charge. So the easy answer for them is to say, well, we'll agree to the manslaughter, a compromise verdict to get out. And I've seen that too many times. And it might be the high-risk gambling side of me, but I think the call is go all in, all or nothing. It's either murder or nothing. I think you have a high probability of a compromised verdict, and so a hung jury in this case is a win for the defense, so I think it's the right call.
Rick Chow not taking the stand today, do you agree with that?
That's always such a pivotal decision. His story came out on body-worn camera. The only thing that could have happened was he get beat up on cross-examination, and the defense has their theory completely laid out through Andy, the son, as well as his body-worn camera statement to the police. So no, I think they made the right call. I'm not shocked that he didn't testify. There's very little he could have added to it. You had the EMS worker explaining how he did the life-saving measures. Everything that they would have gotten out on direct examination of Rick Chow came out through other witnesses. Strategically, that's the right call.
Lacey, they're going to take a break for the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, come back Monday morning. What's going to happen 9:30 Monday morning? What happens here? You just walk us through it. Just tell our audience what happens first thing Monday morning.
So they'll have closing arguments before charging the jury. So first thing I expect is closing arguments, and I theorize that it would be Sean to close. He's most known for his closing arguments being very effective, and I would guess Byron or Dale would probably do the closing for the state. You think Dale? So we think Dale, and I think I said that earlier over Byron. So I think we expect them to do the closing. I was just thinking when we were talking earlier about these 15 jurors go over the weekend, do you think the state or the defense should have Judge Taylor poll them on whether or not they were on social media or the news over the weekend?
Absolutely.
I think so too.
As we discussed, the likelihood that you can get one person, much less 12, not to look at social media for an hour over all weekend when they're involved in the most controversial case locally. Yes, I think there should have been admonition after admonition and a polling, yes.
Yeah.
I know you're both criminal defense attorneys, but I'm going to ask one of you here. If you're the criminal defense attorney Monday, what do you tell the jury? And for the other, if you're the state, what do you tell the jury? Who wants to be the state in this? Or who wants to be the criminal defense attorney in this?
Rock, paper,
We're
scissors.
we're both true blood defense attorneys at heart, so this is very difficult for both of us. I'd say both of us give you kind of our thoughts and
Okay.
feelings. I'll say this, I know Sean Kemp very well. I do believe he will do the closing, and it will be a powerful performance, very compelling. Anybody who hasn't watched closing argument, I would ask, please go watch it. You will see a great advocate. And I'm not just preaching because he's a friend of mine. He is a great trial lawyer, and he will be very powerful in presenting the defense. And the defense is simply, once they made that point where Cyrus Carmack-Belton pulled the weapon, that's the pivotal point where Rick Chow had to make a decision about saving his son's life. That is when everything changed. The defense will make the argument that, and again, I know this is polarizing, but the only person that broke any laws up to that point was Mr. Belton. He had illegally possessed a loaded weapon, had a bullet in the cartridge, or a casing in the cartridge. On top of that, there was a sign in the store that said you couldn't enter the store with a weapon, and he did. So you had a 14-year-old child with a loaded weapon that went into a store. He didn't have any money and an empty book bag. Now, a lot of people are going to say, oh, that's irrelevant. They should not have chased him out of the store. And that's going to be one of the biggest issues in that jury deliberation room, is the fact that they chased him out of that room, bringing on the difficulty. And we talked about, does that kill the self-defense argument? Because it's a defense of others. Does Rick Chow seeing that gun pointed at his son at that point institute the defense of others? But many would argue, as the prosecution will say, that never happened. That never happened. That's the factual dispute. The prosecution's arguments that when Mr. Belton fell, the gun fell out onto the ground, and he never pointed that gun.
And the state is going to reiterate, you were protecting your son by shooting a 14-year-old in the back, because that's where the bullet went in the back, right?
Right. And so, for me, I think the most powerful thing with closing, if I were the defense attorney, I would start off by saying he was sucking vomit out of his mouth, and I said that earlier. That to me was huge, and she was such a great witness. I think she was one of the best witnesses for the defense. I think you come out and say that is how much he was trying to save this man's life. And I think you also play up to the fact that it is an instinct, a parent instinct to protect our kids. And we both have kids. We would do anything to protect our kids. And he walked into a situation where there is a gun pointed at his child, his baby. And no matter what age, Andy is, that is Rick Chow's baby, his son. And so I think if you play into those parental instincts combined with the sucking the vomit out of the mouth, those life-saving measures, that is going to be impactful to the jury for the defense. For the state, for me, I would make sure to have that $1 on the board. And I hate to say it, I would almost wear the shirt that Dr. Durso drew on.
I think both of those things are going to happen.
Yeah.
I've tried a murder case against Del Scott, and I think you are 100% on point that you're going to see both of those things again.
At first glance, this case, when it broke 3 years ago, when we first reported the story, here's a young man who's in a store. They think he's taking some water. He's stealing out of the store. They chase him down. He is shot in the back. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good from what you are first told in this case. Then the testimony comes out in court, and you hear things along and along. And so there's a public perception out there. I mean, you're talking about a 14-year-old child who was shot in the back for maybe trying to take some water out of a store. And that public perception, how's that going to play with the jury? I mean, they've sat there and they've had to listen to the testimony. I mean, the jury going into this had to have heard something before they were seated on the jury.
It's not in a vacuum. They're fully aware. They see the news cameras there. It's a situation where emotions play. I don't think that's going to influence the jury's verdict, but ultimately, I think it does impact them in some respects. It adds extra weight to the case.
All right, so Monday, closing arguments. Do you think we're looking at a quick verdict in this case? Or is this going to be something that's going to be prolonged over a day or two?
I don't think it's going to be quick. I don't know if it'll go 2 days, but I would expect at least a full day, maybe if they get it around lunch by the end of the day or maybe early the next. I don't think it would go 2 days.
It's unusual to go 2 days. I've had a case go 2 days, but this is the type of case where I think it could. This is, in South Carolina, we have very quick jury verdicts compared to other states. I could see this case just because of the factual disputes, the credibility issues, the legal issues, where the jury just gets so locked in that it could go 2 days. But I mean, they're having to decide, like you said, the protection of a father protecting his son versus potentially cold-blooded murder of a 14-year-old boy. And so it is just one of those cases that just rips your heart out. It's a tragic case.
All right, Dane Phillips, Lacey Thompson, is there anything that you'd like to mention before we put a wrap on it?
I don't think so.
No, just watch the closing argument.
Yes, I think they're going to be great.
Yes.
All right.
As attorneys, we want the public to know how this system operates.
Right.
All right, and we will be back on the air with those closing arguments bright and early Monday morning at 9:30. Right here, we'll be streaming it live. And of course, you can find more details, more information about this case by going to our website, WLTX.com.